Good evening, guys. Another Saturday evening. Good to see you. 3 in the house. Please put a 4 in the house. Please comment and say hello so I know who you guys are. And I hope you have your beverage, coffee, chocolate, tea, whatever. So, how has your week been, guys? I hope your weather has been not too hot for you or too cold for some of you. My week has been pretty good, actually, so I can't complain about that. And we had at least somewhere between 27 to 35 degrees Celsius minus. So we had pretty cold day yesterday, but I like it that way. Some of you prefer a little bit more warmer climate or warmer temperature. Hey, Okam, good to see you, brother. How are you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. How has your week been, Okam? I hope your week has been great. Not too. Hey, PB, good to see you again, brother. The link is pinned in the top of the chat as usual, and feel free to join me up here. Hey, Sandy, good to see you. When you say you can't complain, does that mean that you want to complain but can't? Lol. Well, I like the cold. I prefer minus. Okay, PV, no problem. Well, I prefer minus 27 to minus 35. That's nice temperatures, at least for me. If it's on the plus side, plus 27 is too hot. Even 15 degrees Celsius is even that too hot for me. But anyway, good to see you guys. And we have a great topic for today. Actually, it was preparedness veterans idea, suggestion for a topic. Preparations for children, elders, and disabled. So this is an interesting topic, actually. We haven't discussed that too much, and not many channels discuss it either, which is pretty sad, actually. So I think this is a really good topic. Hey, PV, good to see you.
Hello. Oh God, what a week! 2 weeks.
Hey. I'm glad you're feeling better, brother.
Oh my God, I've been curled up in a ball like a cat next to the fire for the last 2 weeks. Literally.
Oh Lord.
I'm still feeling a bit groggy, so
yeah.
I feel all right now. It's just a bit of a groggy cough. So
yeah,
I shall actually be able to venture outside by Monday. So
yeah, that sounds good.
Still testing positive though. Yeah, weird.
Yeah, it's weird. Hey, Rampadora, good to see you. Welcome to the stream.
Rampadora, hello.
Yeah, it has been a while. So I'm glad you're feeling better, brother. That's at least good to hear that
it's
you
not,
are doing pretty
mate,
good now.
you only take one weak link in the chain and drag that everyone else down. I mean, literally, I've been sick in years, at least 5 years. I haven't been sick.
Yeah.
One person takes her off the ball and everyone else gets it.
Yeah. Just stopping by to say hi. Time for me to bed. Have a great day, afternoon, evening to you and everyone. Thank you. I appreciate that you stopping by anyway, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, so hopefully everyone's going to have a good 2024, see what it brings. And sounds like some interesting things on the horizon already with elections and stuff and Paris Olympics and all this sort of stuff. So
Yeah,
keep your
we
eyes out.
have the European Parliament election this year, so that will be interesting.
Right. And I hear Sweden's actually joined NATO now. Is that right?
Turkey seemed to have ratified us, but it's not that clear yet. But we're very close to it.
Closely followed by Finland.
Finland is already in the NATO already, so
right. Yeah, what?
Hey, Adonir, good to see you, brother. Sandy has a point here. Because children, elderly, and disabled people need to be in a community, and most preppers are only thinking about their preps for themselves and their family. I agree with that.
Yeah,
it's easy to forget. It's easy to forget the children, the elders, and the disabled.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to look at these people as they're not. You got to look at them differently, especially the young, and teenagers and below. Then you can't really treat them as normal people because physiologically they're not, for a start off, and mentally they're still changing and growing up. And we've all seen the young kids throw tantrums and that, and you get stroppy teenagers, and that's just the start of it. And then you get the elderly who can get a bit confused now, and some can be a bit long in the tooth. You got the mobility issues, and then you got the disabled, and they could be either physically disabled or mentally disabled, and or impaired.
Now you can, and you can be born with a disability as well. So.
Yeah, I mean, also it's not just a case of. I mean, when people think of or talk about handicapped or disabled people, someone immediately, as what I do, you have a vision of someone in a wheelchair.
Yeah,
but it could go beyond that to the disabilities that you can't see. So you could actually class diabetes as a disability. Because you're not fully functional, you are impaired to a certain extent. You have got to watch what you're doing, and if someone takes away that support network of insulin and all the rest of the care system and the monitoring systems that go around diabetes, then you're back in the fold of being on the critical list. So it's a lot to think about, definitely.
My grandfather had diabetes. My father has diabetes. My brother has diabetes, and my mother has pre-diabetes. So
I was going to say, is this all type 1? Is it all type 2?
Type 1, I believe. My brother and father needs injections for that. So
right. Yeah, yeah. I mean, even that. I mean, this day and age, in normal day-to-day life, diabetes isn't much of a problem because you have got access to medication, insulin, and monitoring systems through, you know, patches on your arm to blood sugar monitoring capabilities. But
Yeah,
if all that goes, you're really in deep water then, because anyone with that sort of problem will immediately start to watch how they, monitor how they're feeling. They'll always be thinking about it. It's not good at all, and it's not just, I mean, just using diabetes as an example. It's not just an ailment where you got to watch your blood sugars. It's your circulation, your eyes, and it can affect you all the way down to how you fight infection as well. So it's
yeah,
it's a whole body affecting thing you can get, or can be born with, like you say.
yeah,
Yeah. So I mean, there's three different sort of areas there. You got the young, the elderly, and the disabled, but a lot of those, there are crossovers. Um,
yeah. I agree with that.
you can group a load of concerns from those three groups into sort of one area, uh, as well as their own individual unique sort of areas as well. So I don't know if you want to talk about the individual ones first, I suppose.
Yeah,
So yeah, if you're talking about young children first, and you're prepping for those, then what's that on your screen, by the way? Is that looks like a cat's whisker hovering over your camera? And visions of the cat sat on the camera or something.
it was probably some cat hair.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
if you start off with young kids first, yeah, you can't really compare them or treat them as you would. They're not just young people; they're completely physiologically different, really, and everything from their physicality to their growth that you've got to consider, to their mental state.
hey
There are a lot.
Thorhaven, good to see you.
Hey, Thorhaven, how you doing?
Hey Nicole, good to see you.
And Nicole as well. Happy New Year to everybody here. Yeah, so young kids. If you're going to prep for young kids, then obviously it would your preps would be determined by how old they are to begin with, and if they're sort of 3 or under or 2 or under, you might want to consider getting extra diapers, formula powder, and sustainment items for the kids, food, baby food, and so on, and treat the preps. Treat the baby food and the formula and the diapers and things like that as you would do any other stock item, really. So
Yeah,
if you're, or anyone out there who's got kids, young children, if they're considering some sort of eating regime, then you can break down a menu system for a 7-day rotation menu system, 5 or 6, 7 different menus, and rotate them through, and just first in, first out jobby of food. It's just the same as you would do normally canned food, and I'm not just sure about because people got milk sterilization aids as well. I'm not sure how that would work out. Uh, I suppose you need. Do you need electricity for those sort of systems?
yeah, you probably need electricity for that. Yeah,
Yeah, so people have got to think about that sort of thing as well. Although depends how long the event's going to last for, and if it's going to last for a year or two, then eventually that won't be a problem because the kid won't need the sterilization methods, but you'll have other electrical needs as well. So consider now, extra blankets and stuff like that. And, if you have a newborn or an under 2-year-old, I haven't got any kids, so I'm just speculating here. Then I'd presume that you'd want to stop up like you would toilet roll. You get lots and lots and lots of it. Or you go back to the old methods of the terry toweling nappies, where they're reusable. And a lot of people don't use them now because they've got the convenience of the modern day nappies and modern day diapers, where it's just one use jobby and you throw it away. So go back to the old terry toweling sort of system where you wash it out and hang it up to dry, and you go again and reuse it.
You can actually buy these reusable naps here. They begin to be pretty popular now, but
right.
So because it's more convenient, they are a little bit more expensive, but by one use nappies that cost you a lot. So some people decide and choose to buy those that are reusable. You just put them in the washer machine and clean them up.
Right. So you then need plenty of water, plenty of washing powder to stock up on, and electrical supply as well, because washing machines can take a huge amount of electric to kick in and get going. So So Sandy Serenity Corner says there you can still distill water for their formula, and you have to make sure that you have a way to sterilize their bottles and nipples, and cloth diapers are a great idea. Yeah. Why would you need distilled water, Sandy? I don't know. It's just a question. Does it have to be distilled water, or can you just put any sort of water through a Birkin and give the kid that?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, personally, I've got a Berkey. I've got 2 Berkeys, and I'll just
those water filters are really good, but they are so expensive.
Yeah, super expensive. However, it is almost a one-off purchase. Get yourself Berkey, lay out the initial money for the Berkey. I've got a Royal Berkey and a travel Berkey, the stainless steel travel one, and once you paid for it, that's it. And the filters last for 10 years, so you can get yourself an extra set of filters. That's it. That's the outside done, and you don't even really have to worry too much about it. Then you can consider just the portable water side of it, where if you want to put anything in your bug out bag, like some Sawyer minis or some Catadine filters or some Pura tabs or purple stuff. I can't remember the name. Then potassium permanganate, they're fine. But they are a lot of money. They are a lot of money. But that's what prepping's all about. If you want to buy the quality stuff that lasts, 10 years or so on, then Berkey is sort of at the top of the tree when it comes to a domestic water filtration, independent water filtration system. Definitely, thoroughly recommend those. So Sandy says there, I always sterilize the water I added to the formula and use distilled. Right, okay. Well, I haven't got any children, so just a question from my point of view. So yeah, you got your diapers, your kiddie food, your formula. Then you want to consider, below the age of sort of 2 or 3, I'd suspect. Then throw in the odd comfort item in there.
Yeah, definitely.
Blanket, the comfort blanket and that sort of stuff. But when they start getting some sort of 3 years old up to the teenager, sort of early teenager, or even sort of mid-teenager, then you've got to consider how you're going to emotionally support those youngsters, because
They
they
get
wouldn't.
easily bored.
Yeah, well, I mean, if they're going to be subjected to any sort of traumatic event, and that could be anything from a home invasion or car crash all the way through to a large scale disaster or long term disaster, then they
Yeah,
haven't experienced any sort of real hardship in their lives beforehand, and it's going to be a real emotional shock to the system, almost bordering on a PTSD event.
yeah,
So to counteract that, you've got to sort of think about uh, how you're going to mitigate and support them emotionally. So, you could use diversion tactics or distraction techniques and stuff like that, and
yeah.
entertainment
Like game,
techniques.
yeah, games,
Yeah,
games
I
they
mean,
like to play. That is a good distraction.
yeah, low tech games, like you say, because the best of times, there's nothing worse than a bored teenager for a start off or a bored youngster. So if people have got kids, that I'd say it's a must. You've got to have some sort of offline. uh, Hey, Daryl, how you doing, Costa?
Hi there, love. So well, good to see you.
You've got to go back to the old ways of entertainment, keeping them amused, or not only that, incorporating them into jobs and stuff like this, and getting them working to an extent. Obviously, you don't start getting them slaving out in the fields, planting crops and stuff.
Yeah.
But yes,
Thor have a good point here. What he did, what I used to do with my kids is actually practice bugging out. We would get up early in the morning and walk to the local nature preserve. They would pack their own bags for it. Yeah,
yeah, good idea, good idea. And that's
good
that's
idea.
the sort of thing that people should be doing if they got kids now, especially if they know something is potentially on the horizon, or they live in some sort of threat zone, whether it be a flood zone, a tsunami zone, or you know,
Yeah.
yeah,
And
definitely.
Thor says having them pack their own bags make you really realize what they value. Then you can pick and choose what you pack for them by including the stuff they feel is needed. Good
Yeah,
point.
it's like training puppies. You let them make the mistakes. They want to cram everything into this little pack, and it's so heavy
Hey,
that
slippery pickle.
after the first outing, they suddenly discover that they don't need the laptop anymore, or all this sort of stuff, and they start. It gets them thinking about their own sort of comfort and physicality, really. But yeah, definitely on the young kids side of it, and stroppy teenagers and this sort of stuff, people might even want to consider having spare phones or something like that in with their bags and their personal sort of bug out gear for the kids, because if you're a teenage girl or teenage lad and you've got a boyfriend or girlfriend and something kicks off and you want to extract out the area or whatever, or something lockdown that kicks in or something like that, you want a spare phone or something like this so they can talk to their friends and all this sort of stuff. So yeah, so Saul says getting them up early to walk to the local nature preserve conditions them into being woken up when it's still dark and getting used to me saying it's time to go. Yeah, well, yeah. I think that's what I would
Well,
do.
he
Yeah,
well, well, he has a point there. It
yeah,
sounds
yeah,
like the
definitely.
army. It
It's
sounds like the army.
all good character building stuff. They used to say.
Yeah. Give them schematics on how to carve a wooden bike. That will take basically forever.
Just make sure it's not a balsa wood or something. Yeah, so yeah, so it's sort of says this way they don't freak the f out when you do it to them when it's actually an emergency. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And some people might want to make it into a game as well and this sort of stuff. And it's good because for them, I suppose it's one foot on the ladder to it's a whole host of skills they're learning because you're conditioning them like he says there, waking them up early or out of the blue. It's getting them to think about what they're packing, what they're wearing, getting them in the mindset, and getting them to think about their own little plan. They can look after their brother or sister, get the buddy system creeping in, and you can eventually, I suppose, incorporate that if you want to take it a bit further into some sort of scouts or cubs, because that's all good character building stuff, and gets them used to being outdoors and a bit more self-reliant and all this sort of thing. So yeah.
What they got used to is walking without talking because we didn't want to wake the neighbors. Yeah, good point.
Yeah, it's good drills, good drills. And Nicole says out, I want to say I got my early birthday present and t-shirt, say Space City on it, and love it. Haven't tried it on yet. I'm going to, but after I get out of the shower. Is this a wet t-shirt competition in the shower? Well, yeah, good one, Nicole. Happy New Year to you. So yeah, I mean, young people, I suppose if anyone's prepping and they're considering the youngsters from newborns all the way through to teenagers, it can be, I should imagine it's a quick rolling process because, they grow up quick. 1 minute you're thinking about what, a bag of spare clothes, and a month, 2 months later, they're growing that quick that you have to replace the clothes because they're grown out of them. And I suppose it's amazing how quickly people grow and they have to change things from. So yeah, it's I suppose for young kids, it's the thing with young kids, older people, and the disabled or handicapped, whatever you want to call it. It's they're not self-reliant. You have to you're taking extra time and effort to keep an eye on them, or depending on how they are, almost completely taking over their lives and looking after them, because some people are completely reliant on others, especially the more wheelchair bound, or the younger you are, or the really older people,
Yeah.
So I'm not saying they're a burden, but I suppose someone could look at them as a burden. Depends how much you want to care for them, but they do require extra attention. So
yeah, I was thinking about one thing my Mrs. Shadow said to me a couple of hours ago, was that it can be a problem if you get asthma from the cold. If it's below minus 17 degrees Celsius, if the temperature drops below that and she goes out, she cannot, because she get asthma from it. So that will be a little bit of an issue. So
right in the midwinter,
and I have the same problem when it's go over 20 degrees Celsius. I get difficult to breathe when it gets that warm out. So I have that problem instead. So
right. So come the winter time or the height of summer, you got to start thinking about these extra little things and how you're going to cope with them if you're, say you have to evacuate your house or building and you stood outside for the next 5 or 6 hours in the blazing heat, waiting for the fire brigade or someone to render the building safe again. You have to think about how you're going to just cope with something as simple as that little scenario. Yeah, and then Daryl was put up at another point there. He goes, he's got some good books on survival for the young children, and I think about every agency from the UN, EU, CDC, and every national health agency or environmental protection agency, or whatever you want to call it, will have some form of documentation or guidelines specifically for young children, teenagers, and how to help and deal with them. The Thor says one of the things might help Shadow is those Arctic masks. They heat the air coming into the mask.
Yeah, I know
the air you are breathing out.
I'm familiar with those masks. I know you can buy them, so that might be a good idea. At least try.
Yeah, it's just one of those little extra notches you have to incorporate into any sort of plan if you have to leave or anything like that. Or worst case, you have to get out on foot. Yeah, so that's young children. If we move on to the elderly, they can be just as vulnerable, depending how old they are, obviously. You've got a lot of elderly are when they get into their 80s plus. A lot of people say age is just a number, but a lot of people, older people, it might sound weird, but older people age really quickly, a lot quicker than the middle-aged person. There's a big difference between an 80-year-old and a 90-year-old for a start off.
Indeed.
And people can develop mental issues, Alzheimer's. I think the biggest thing with older people is their complacency, and this is why I end up with COVID, because complacency. And a lot of older people, that they're stubborn and they're almost into a denial of what's happening. They get this mentality of, we didn't, we managed to cope with this during just after the war and all this sort of stuff, and it hasn't happened ever since. So why should it happen now? And then lo and behold, something happens and it completely catches them out of the blue, and they're completely unprepared for it because they didn't want to prepare for it because they never thought it would happen. This sort of scenario. So a lot of people, older folk can. I'm not tarnishing all older people with the same sort of brush, but I've seen this sort of thing, and there is a lot of stubbornness and denial, in particularly the reluctance to leave where they live because they've lived there all those years, and they can't bear the thought of leaving their house because it's on the verge of catching fire and all this sort of stuff. So that's when the denial side of it starts to creep in. So that can be a real challenge, and until it's actually put there in front of them, they probably won't realize why they've got to leave, or what the threat is. Similar to we've all seen this through COVID, when there were people in homes, for instance, that didn't really know why everyone around them was stopping visiting, and people were suddenly starting to wear masks and this sort of stuff. So, stubbornness, complacency, and denial. So and the comprehension sometimes isn't there. So you've got to spell it out for some people. We've got to leave now because the house is about to burn down because there's a forest fire coming in, or whatever. So
because the fire department says we need to evac.
Yeah, and then they then turn around and say, "Well, I can't smell any fire." This place has been here for 40 years, and yada yada yada. So, but another problem that comes with the elderly is a lot of people's eyesight starts to fail, and a lot of them start to go deaf, and so you've got the communication issue there. You might have gone from A to B into a safer zone, but during the transition, they might have lost their hearing aid, or their hearing aid might not have even worked to begin with, because they're denying the fact that they're going deaf. and then you got all these unusual people around them trying to dish out blankets or help them out in some way, shape, or form, or ask them questions because they want to document survivors and this sort of thing. And you get these older folk who are just stood there with a glazed eyes look on their face, and they can't hear a word you're saying because they've gone deaf. So they've got to keep on the ball with this sort of thing. And there's nothing worse than someone going deaf who's living with you, because they start to isolate themselves, really, and it's a slippery slope downhill then to some sort of Alzheimer's or whatever. Yeah. And then likewise,
I was thinking of my own parents. They are 80 and 81.
Yeah.
And my father has really big troubles to walk, and he need help from 2 persons to walk at all now. So, and my mother has a walker, and her body is like this and this, so she doesn't move fast either. And I'm a little bit worried about them, because when I visited them on my vacation, they didn't had any preps of some sort, nothing, and that makes me worried. So I need to do something so to make sure they have something at least.
Same here. We had to literally before it was literally 5 or 6 months before lockdown. We were trying to get the parents to get into have some sort of preps, and they just were completely oblivious, and they were blind, and they just didn't believe anything was going to happen. And we literally had to make a couple of boxes up for them with, a box of canned goods and a box of other stuff with extra wipes in and all this sort of thing in with it, just to give them something extra. And luckily at the time I put in two boxes of FFP3 masks, which I think it was 10 or 20 masks per box. There was hand sanitizer in there and all sorts. And literally a couple of weeks after, or a couple of months after we got these boxes together, all this sort of stuff was starting to get sold out, and you couldn't get them anywhere. So we just sort of got them done for that. Anyway, as things turned out, they didn't go out the house anyway for quite a few months. So anyway, you get the point. So so with elderly people or geriatrics or whatever you want to call them, the big key thing I think with people when they start getting sort of in their 55s plus is medication, and they've got to keep on with their medication, and it's there. Some people might be oblivious to it. Some people might not be. If anyone lives out there with their parents or anything like that, then they've got to ensure that their parents or the elderly who live with them are keeping on top of their medication and getting a good, healthy stockpile built up as well, because there's always spare and there's always a bit of slack in the system, and you can always build up extra and save extra to one side. And it doesn't take a lot these days. It doesn't have to be any sort of disastrous event. It could be, in Britain, a large portion of medication comes from India, and in other places like America, a large portion of medication comes from China. It only takes 1 or 2 warehouses to burn down in China or India, or some sort of hijacking in Suez or the Yemeni Straits, as we're seeing now, or some sort of delay in medication in the transport system. And there's disruption for however many days or weeks. It only has to take, it only has to take a disruption of 1 week supply of medication, and people will start getting up shit creek. They're starting to panic then, because it's all well and good if there's nothing wrong with you, but if you've got a condition where you rely on something, I don't know, it could be heart medication, blood pressure medication.
Insulin for the diabetics.
Insulin, yeah, that's a key one. And as soon as anything happens, or as soon as there's any indication of anything going wrong with the supply chain, and you think you're going to be in doubt, or you're going to be deprived of your medication for 1 or 2 days at all, then that becomes your top priority on your mind. Then you're thinking about it all the time. What if I can't get it tomorrow? What if I can't get it next week? And so on and so on. And basically, people will end up dying, really. So it's up to every individual who's on medication. And if they can't control it or manage it themselves, then whoever's living with them and managing it for them, to ensure that they get a good stockpile. Because without it, then, sorry folks, no one cares. Everyone's going to be in it for themselves. We know there's going to be backhanders and dodgy deals going on left, right, and centre. So be prepared to go without. And if it's life-saving medication, then you were warned, sort of thing. So medication is definitely a key thing, and there's various ways of doing it. This could be people's top priority now. There's various prescription methods in various countries, and here, for instance, when someone gets a prescription, there's always a little bit extra. Hey Hugo, hey Vanessa. There's always a little bit. There's always a little bit extra in the system, so there's always scope there to start building a little stockpile. And you could quite easily, in a year, build up a 3-month supply of reserves.
Yeah. The problem here in Sweden, you can't stockpile your medication, because you can only get and take out for 3 months only. No more than that.
You can't have a sort of, you can't start slowly build up a little stockpile?
That would be difficult, unless if you sneak away. This is my blood pressure medication, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, if I sneak away, put one of these away.
Yeah.
Might be. Yeah, but
yeah, that's the type of thing I was talking about. You could save half a pack, one little blister pack, and just gradually build them up, because if that's what you need, then that's what you need. And can you imagine waking up tomorrow morning and discovering that there isn't going to be any more? So what do you do? It's not a good position to be in at all. To be constantly reliant. I mean, things like blood pressure pills, they're not. There is scope there to go without. You're not going to die if you don't have it.
Yeah, good to see you, brother.
Hey, grumpy old guy. You're not going to die if you go without blood pressure medication for a week or two.
Yeah.
I would suspect. And even in that scenario, then it will still be on your mind. So, I mean, when it comes to older people, a lot of them, they start getting a bit blasé about what they've got, and they start getting more and more reliant on someone else making decisions for them. So if anyone's looking after anyone elderly, or you're in that position, then it's down to you to make sure that their medication, there is some sort of reserve or some sort of fat in the system. Yeah, it's that can be very difficult, on top of everything else that you got to deal with. And then so Vanessa says meds run out, I become dead in under 6 months, and that's the sort of thing I was talking about. So no doubt Vanessa there has got some sort of little backup stockpile somewhere that will keep her going in the short term.
Yeah.
And so medication, it's probably a key thing for people to look at, especially if they're older. And other considerations for older people, they've got the injury risk factor, and I suppose
Yeah.
so for us, we can handle a quick fall or a knock here and there. Anyone who's in their 80s plus, they fall over, they're at risk of breaking a hip, collarbone,
Yeah.
wrist, an arm, ankle. We can quite easily shake it off, but for those, it takes it out of them quite drastically. So Vanessa says only 3 months. The meds do not have a long enough shelf life. Right. Okay.
Yeah, that's a problem too.
Right. I mean, the chances are that most countries in the world, most first world countries, there's a reason why they import goods from around the world, and that's to make their supply methods more robust. So,
Yeah.
for instance, we import potatoes and coal and all sorts of stuff like that because it makes it more of a robust supply chain. That goes with medication as well. So, if anything was to happen like that, there's always a fallback plan. This is this is where the government level deals and contracts kick in. Then I suppose there are countries which are completely reliant on certain things, but not everyone can produce their own. I suppose one of the biggest countries like Russia, they're probably one of the most self-reliant at the moment. The grumpy old guy says, I do not advocate illegal methods. That said, often meds are donated to individuals within elderly support groups, which end up in the hands of people that could use them. Right. Yeah. I see. I thought they imported things because they're cheaper, which gives companies more profits. Yeah, well, that is another sort of motivational factor as well.
Yeah.
I'm no expert in the importation of stuff, but bit of a
I'm not an expert
speculatory.
on that either.
I don't think anyone is. So yeah, a bit of a speculatory remark from me there, but yeah. So I mean, when it comes to older folk, mobility can be a real key issue, and
Yeah.
as you see there on your background picture, you got two people in wheelchairs,
Yeah.
and not only older folk. So some of them can be wheelchair bound. Some of them could use walkers, walking sticks. Some could be really slow at moving around. Some people can't even get up off the floor. A large percentage of ambulance call-outs in Britain, large percent, is through someone calling the ambulance because the person can't get up off a floor. They haven't got the strength to get out of a chair or something like that. It sounds a bit weird, but it's true. And what they do is they arrive and they use an inflatable. It's an inflation device, basically. They put it under the patient. They gradually inflate it using a battery pack. And so Occam's razor says, got to go. No worries, Occam's. Catch you later. He's put some sort of battery pack under it, inflate it, and it sort of elevates them up to a position where they can sort of walk away or get up, So mobility is a key thing. So, if we're talking about people who can't get up off the floor, they're struggling to walk, they can't walk, they've got no strength, they could be dizzy, off balance, this could be through
Yeah,
medication or not, then people have got to think to themselves, how are they going to get this person quickly out of a situation, dangerous situation? And that could be just bundling them from upstairs, downstairs into a car, and away you go. Or you could be bundling them into the back of a van or into the back of a lorry. Or you could be bundling them into a harness to get extracted out of the roof from hospital, via helicopter or whatever. How are they going to manage to do this? It could get to the point where it's so time critical, where you're going to have to make a decision. Am I going to have to leave this person now, or I'm dying as well, or sacrifice yourself and get them onto the vehicle, transport, helicopter, or whatever? So it's I think if anyone's living with anyone who's old and has got mobility issues, then they've got to really start thinking about and planning how they're going to get them, especially if you should have done your threat analysis and all this sort of stuff. I live in a forest fire zone, or I live in a tsunami zone.
Yeah.
Start thinking to yourself, how am I going to get this person, my dad, my mum, or my aunt, or whatever, my grandma, into the back of the lorry within 5 minutes, into the back of the car within 5 minutes?
That will not happen if they have bad mobility.
Yeah, you could have a stair lift, fine. If the stair lift don't work because of no power, then if anyone's got a stair lift or they've used a stair lift, they know about them, then you will know that there is a backup plan as to move the stair lift up and down, but it's so painfully slow that it's just not feasible. So people out there, think about how they're going to get their elderly parents uninjured into the back of a vehicle. You say, oh yeah, we'll throw them in the back. Yeah, fine. Try doing that with a 90-year-old who's dizzy and so frail that you're going to snap her arms and legs and stuff.
Yeah. The grumpy old guy says, that's how my prep started. Mobility issues equals how can I be self-reliant and a useful member of a post-SHTF community. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got a point there.
So if, and we'll talk about disabled people in a moment, but if someone's got real mobility issues or real slow, you might even consider getting a wheelchair, an emergency wheelchair for them. There's plenty of fold-up models out there, and you can get them quite cheap. The old ambulance fold-up chairs are quite easy and easy to store, easy to erect, and easy to move and get someone on there and stuff like that. So think about getting some sort of wheelchair spares. And it's all about risk and weighing up the odds of, are you going to have to do this in the place or position you're in? So if you do get a wheelchair, you might have a functioning wheelchair with standard wheelchairs. If that's the case, then you even consider going beyond that step and getting some wheelchair spares, puncture repair kit for the tires, and all this sort of stuff. There's a whole multitude of things. People can even go down the route of getting an electric, lightweight wheelchair as well. But
yeah,
there is plenty of options out there. But yeah, the older folk, some people do require, the older, I'd say the older and the disabled are more of a specialised group because they require a specialist support network around them. They're not self-reliant, most of them. They can't self-recover. They can't pull their own body weight out of harm's way. That's the immediate sort of danger thing. But looking beyond that, after you've evacuated them into another area, for instance, then you're gonna have to look at providing them support. Sale for a wheelchair. Hey, actually, you could market that idea, Costa.
Yeah, why not put on some rockets, small rockets? That will give some speed to the wheelchair,
So,
but
if
difficult to break.
what I'd say is that as far as preps go, I would say gather together anyone who's involved in the care of your relative, whoever the person is you were concerned about, and get all the dedicated numbers together for the care providers. In that way, you can, it could be a localized flood, so you can ring up the care providers to come in and help you get them out of the house as the oncoming flood's about to hit you and all this sort of stuff. Just like someone would have an emergency contact card in their wallet or purse, you would also incorporate the care providers' numbers in there as well. And of course, a key thing with the elderly is just as the youngsters are, they're not normal physiological, the same as other people. They require extra monitoring as well. A lot of the older you get, you start to lose your ability to regulate your own body temperature, and your thirst function doesn't work as much. So when you're out of any sort of immediate threat, you got to start managing these older folk. Keep an eye on their hydration levels. Make sure they're drinking enough. Make sure they're warm or they're cool if it's too hot outside and this sort of thing.
Yeah.
Because they won't know. They won't know that.
The problem with elders is that they get dehydrated very easy.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, they lose their
First of
thirst
all,
function.
yeah. First of all, they don't think they need to drink because they don't feel thirsty. So they don't drink water that much. So
Yeah, and you can ask any nurse or doctor, and you can guarantee that I'd say 70 to 90% plus of elderly patients who go into a hospital, no matter what the ailment is, will be dehydrated. The lack of sodium levels and electrolytes and all this sort of thing. So, managing another person can be quite difficult and time consuming as well, because you've got to look after yourself and someone else on top of that. Yeah, so the grumpy old guy says they're parasailing in a wheelchair. I'm thinking it's a good YouTube video. I'd like to actually see that. So yeah, Costa, if you can, the real, if you can rig that one up. So yeah, having good blankets. Yeah, so you're going to think about these, the regulation of body temperature type thing there. So plenty of blankets on hand. You might want an umbrella to keep the sun off people. Plenty of fans. All that sort of stuff. So body temperature and hydration. And people, if you want to take it a step further and you're fully prepped and you want to think about what else you can incorporate into your preps, then you might even want to buy some extra compressed air cylinders of oxygen with some regulators and some masks as well, because stressful situations, people start to go down, and oxygen may be a good thing for older people.
Yeah, it depends if they have heart problems or any problems with their lungs. They need extra oxygen.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it might not solve the issue, but it might buy you extra time for extra help.
Yeah.
All right, so Vanessa's got a snowstorm coming. Currently 4 blanket nights. Snowstorm is beginning here around 1700. All right. That sounds drastic. Just got to find a parasail, Sandy.
Yeah.
So, that's the older folk. There's probably more involved. It's only the key thing is you've got to think about these sorts of things and go through do your research, and go cover the basics, and then start to elaborate from there, really. And then we talk about going into the disabled side of it. And I'd say there's sort of a crossover between elderly folk and disabled folk, because they almost, in some respects, you can cater for both of them in a one, really. And mobility is going to be sort of the common factor. So Daryl says, having a selection of meds in the pockets of the elderly. Yeah, well, in fact, reminds me actually, if someone is reliant on medication, not only for existing problems, but elderly or someone who's disabled, then they won't want to think about putting some medication in an alternate location in case all your meds get destroyed in one place. So you might have an emergency box at a friend's house or a relative's house or wherever, or you might even want to go to the extremes of casein medication if it comes to, or just put it in a separate box in a separate location somewhere, vehicle or house or anywhere like this. But don't put all your eggs in one basket, because if that your stockpile goes that you worked hard to build up and preserve and get a good little stockpile going, if that all goes in one go, then that's it, gone. So it might be a good idea to have a little selection somewhere else as an extra backup. And the real life survival says there, having a selection of medications in the pockets of the elderly could be a good idea. I suppose you got to put them in the pockets of a coat or jacket that they don't normally wear, because the last thing you don't want them doing is going out with all this sort of stuff on and losing it. Yeah. So disabled, they're going to have mobility issues, and they may have mobility issues, as someone said earlier. Handicapped or disabled people doesn't have to be physically disabled; it can be mentally disabled as well. Yeah. If they're mentally, if they're disabled to a younger age, they're constantly stuck in an age where they're 9 years old or 11 years old, then that's slightly different. But mobility will be a big one, because when people mention disabled, they think of a wheelchair, and it's not always the case. So,
and Sandy says PTSD is a disability as well as many other mental health issues. People with mental health issues make up a large portion of the homeless population. Yeah,
very true, very true. If someone can go to pieces or not comprehend what's going on due to any sort of mental disability. I've seen people that are constantly stuck in la la land, and they've got a mental age of 5 when they're actually 40 or 50 years old. They don't care what's happening. And some people say it's the best state of mind to be in. They're not bothered about the news or anything around the corner or this sort of stuff. They're living carefree. But when something does happen, how do you get them to comprehend that something is happening that's serious and life-threatening, and you've got to get away now? Do you just grab them by the scruff of the collar and throw them in the car? Or, do you try and talk them out the room that they're locked in because they're in a strop? It's a whole host of things. So
Vanessa says many disabilities are not visible physical issue. Yeah,
that's right as well. And it could be You could also have some sort of back problem or nerve issue where you just aren't able, you're not physically fully mobile. So, but this is where I said, there is a bit of crossover between.
Hey, Lizelot, good to see you.
Hello, Lizelot. There is some sort of crossover between old people and physically disabled. So, yeah, just hang on a sec.
The grumpy old guy says, "That's right, Vanessa. Just look at Mrs. Grumpy. She's marrying me. Not physical disability, but there's obviously something not right there."
Right, I just had a post-COVID coughing fit, so I thought I'd spare everyone that luxury. Yeah, so physical mobility issues will be a problem, especially if they're in a wheelchair. And if they're wheelchair, can you imagine having a quadriplegic, wheelchair-bound daughter, or brother, sister, husband, wife, or whatever, and something happens when you're now in an SHTF situation or a prepper situation where you have to, worst case, you have to bug out. How is someone going to deal with that? That is a real nightmare. And if it's a time,
I agree, Sandy.
If time is of the essence, because there's a tsunami coming and you live 20 meters from the beach, good luck. You should have thought about this sort of thing beforehand. And like I say, it could come down to a decision where you're gonna have to leave the person, or you both die.
Yeah.
So it's some grim decisions to be made there. Hopefully, if anyone's got any sort of preparedness mindset in those sort of situations and they know the threats they're living under, then they should have thought about this and taken some sort of arrangements to deal with it. A lot of people say it's very difficult to bug out by a car or vehicle, by road, but if you're going to have to extract someone living with you who's in a wheelchair, then what other option have you got? Do you get an electric bike with a little trailer on the back and shove them in that? Good luck. But of course, what we haven't mentioned is, eat meds or die. What we haven't mentioned is the fact that disabled person or elderly person could be you, and you could be living on your own. So if you're living on your own and the only people you interact with or talk to are your neighbors or the people on the internet or the friends when you actually get into your electric wheelchair and scoot off downtown, then fine. But how are you as an individual in a wheelchair, for instance, or some sort of other physical impairment, going to bug out or get out of danger or extract yourself from a threat zone? So no doubt there is people out there like that, no doubt. So so mobility is a key thing, and when it comes to mobility, this sort of thing goes hand in hand with mobility. Anyone who's got mobility issues has to think about accessibility issues as well, and accessibility equipment. A lot of people may not be in a wheelchair, but they have to rely on handrails and extra support,
or crutches. If they have cane or crutches or
exactly,
a rollator or whatever they have.
And there could be so many scenarios where if we take a scenario where, because of mobility issues, you have to use public transport, you go downtown in a bus, for instance. How are you going to get off the bus when your wheelchair has been, if the bus rolls on its side, for instance, you've been tipped out of your wheelchair, how are you going to get off the bus? Or if you've got walking issues, there is probably things on the bus that, plenty of handrails and stuff that you can extract yourself. But, I think people will get where I'm coming from there, really. Accessible equipment. It could be anything from one of those grabbers that enable you to pick up things off the floor, all the way through to handrails, collapsible walkers, walking sticks, crutches, that sort of thing, or even specialist footwear that corrects your walking or whatever. So the grumpy old guy says, in my case, I have to use a cane. Well, wheelchair is a choice. It's a question of speed and mobility, right? So yeah,
Right.
it's that's the sort of thing I was referring to, really. And no doubt, grumpy old guy, you can bring up some valid concerns and points in the chat there. And have you got any tips for anyone or anything extra you want to write down there in terms of things to stockpile or prep or learn or things like that? Then put them down. And Vanessa says, look up the Grin technology. Grin all axle hub motor for motorbike, cycles, and recumbent trikes. Right. So it's an electric hub that you put into your wheel, I think. Right. So I'm taking it converts a conventional bike into a sort of motorized.
Hey, Nancy, good to see you.
Motorized e-bike. Yeah, so mobility and accessible equipment, that is a key factors, and of course with most disabilities comes hub motors. Yeah, right. Okay. Most disabilities comes medication, and that can be anything from pain medication all the way through to some sort of medication for mental problems. It's so many variables involved, but medication is going to be a key factor. And the same will, as we talked about with elderly people, build a little stockpile up for the person, or if it's you, build yourself up a stockpile. Don't keep them all in the same place.
Yeah.
Make yourself as robust as possible, so that you're not completely stuck or stuffed if something happens or there's some minor disruption. Like I said, it's all well and good. People who don't have any problems, that just don't realise the impact, especially the mental impact and the uncertainty of when you're going to get your hands on your next meds, because it's going to keep you going. So yeah, and with like I said, with the elderly as well, if you've got a wheelchair, have some sort of wheelchair spares. You might want to stockpile some puncture repair kits. I'm assuming a lot of wheelchairs have got inner tubes, although there are solid wheeled wheelchairs. I'm not too sure about that, but some sort of repair kit anyway, because that's your only means, if you're wheelchair bound, of getting around. So if it breaks, it breaks. You're gonna have to start cannibalizing or bodging things otherwise. The last thing you want to do is be shoved in a wheelbarrowed to the car because something is broken. Your wheelchair's caught fire or whatever.
Vanessa has two good questions. So, will you bug out and leave the disabled behind, or would you hang out with me at my wood-fired oven?
Well, yeah, this is the key thing I said earlier. there's some tough decisions to be made. Obviously, my thinking would be bugging out would be the last choice, the last option. No one should really have a knee-jerk reaction and bug out. You should stay in your place of living or abode until it becomes or is about to become unlivable or unsurvivable, and then you bug out. So until then, you got all your stock, all your preps there, you got the safety of everything there, you got the familiarity of the place there, you might have a vegetable patch there. Stay there. Why get out the first opportunity? So if you have to get out, then that's a different story. If you've got to bug out, you've got to bug out, and this is where key things and key decisions can be made. And I would suggest that disabled, elderly, or anyone with young children or, or stroppy teenagers, they should regularly, more than the average quote unquote prepper, practice evacuation drills. There's no point having a load of gear and having a well marked route out of the building, downstairs, across the corridor, and all this sort of thing. You've got to actually practice the fact that you can get the person or get yourself through that route and out of that system in all
Hey, Dean
conditions.
Dunbar, good evening. Good to see you.
Dean Dunbar, hello. I know a bloke called Dean Dunbar. Anyway,
Yeah, I knew one.
Practice your evacuation drills. So, for instance, if you've got a young daughter who's in a wheelchair, then make sure you can get her downstairs, get her out the house or whatever it is, into the car, and away you go, or whatever your bug out method is.
Yeah.
Actually, wheelchairs can be a good little method of carrying extra supplies, because not only you can get the mother-in-law down, shove her into the car, tip her out, rush back upstairs, load the wheelchair up with other stuff because it's like a little wheelbarrow, and ferry stuff, heavy items backwards and forwards in the wheelchair. And likewise, anyone who's in the wheelchair can have I'd suggest they get some sort of bag to go on the back of the wheelchair that you can store extra stuff in. You might even want to throw the family dog or the family cat onto their lap. Saves you carrying it then, and as you get into the car, all this sort of thing. So the key thing is practice your evacuation drills. Don't just sit there thinking about it. And make sure the person that you're evacuating knows the evacuation drills, because they might have to explain to someone else how to get out of the building when you're not there. Or this sort of thing. There's a lot of factors involved. So you've got all these different factors, involving the young, the elderly, and disabled, and covering all this. A lot of them have common themes that you could sort of cover each one of them. Then you could be in the worst scenario possible of having a completely wheelchair bound brother, sister, wife, daughter, and you could also have a 95-year-old that you're living with, and 2 teenagers and a newborn. So good luck with that one. That's going to be a real nightmare.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about a common approach, if you like, to all three, then you could probably think of things like rescue aids. A lot of rescue aids like wheelchairs. You could, or a collapsible chair. You could have one of those. Grab rails, lifting devices, to cover all three. Thing is with older people and disabled and younger people, they're all they're all fragile, really, and they're
Yeah,
easily broken, easily injured. So you've got to tread carefully with these people. You can't
yeah.
throw them
Especially
about.
small children are really sensitive to heat
Yeah,
and cold. So if
yeah,
they get overheated easily, small children. So you need to be careful if it's on summertime and hot outside. You need to keep the kids cool, and
yeah,
the same for elders, the elderly as well, because those elderly who has a heart condition, they can't stand the heat very well. So they will have some issues with that.
yeah. I knew a guy once. This was just before lockdown. He was 86 years old. He lived alone on his boat in the marina, and it literally he had a because he was old, he was frail. He kept himself going. Uh, he it literally used to take him 20 minutes to walk 50 meters. And it was really, really, really slow because he had a bad hip. His knee was
Yeah,
knackered. It was a walking stick. He got dizzy spells and all sort of stuff. And then we used to see him. He used to get out of the taxi, and 20 minutes later, you'll see him at his boat 50 meters away. Anyway, we used to talk to him and so on and so on and so on. One day, uh, another guy was walking past, and all they saw were these two legs sticking up outside the front of his boat. Because as he got to his boat, it fell into it, and he just couldn't get himself out. Really, you could hear these sort of muffled noises as he was shouting for help. And this guy
yeah,
had to go there. He noticed something was wrong. He went across there and he saw his 2 feet sticking up, and thought, "Oh, right, it's it's on Fred there." And he had to sort of right him and lift him out basically and help him out up the right way. And if it wasn't for him, this bloke would still be there. And a bit longer, then the other things start to creep in. You start to get hypostatic pneumonia if you're not moving and you're in one position all the
yeah,
time. You start, the blood rushes to your head and all this sort of stuff. And as I say,
yeah,
they're not like normal people. They are frail, and they can't cope with being in one position, in an awkward position, in the long, for any sort of extended period of time. So
Hey,
yeah,
Joseph, good to see you.
hello, Joseph. So yeah, they're fragile and easily broken. It's not, a lot of people like to think, they're well prepared and all this sort of thing, and it's not a case of survival of the fittest. See you later, sucker. I'm off, and you're bugged out down the road, and your tires are burning. You're leaving a big
Yeah,
smoke trail behind. Meanwhile, your next door neighbour, for instance, is actually starting to burn to death, or he's drowning, or whatever, and you just you got the moral factor to deal with later on down the line, and
yeah.
there is, I suppose, a moral obligation to help people in that situation, even if it's
Hey,
not.
Bushcraft family, good to see you, brother. How are you doing?
Bushcraft family, hello. Even if it's not part of your family or your own home, they could be next door neighbours, the guy across the street, or whatever. Are you going to help them? And if you have, consider some of the things we've been talking about. Obviously, your contribution will probably amount to a bit of physical help in extracting that person and so on. But at the end of the day, it's all about survival and extending survival living time. So if you can help out, I think the key factor with anyone who's vulnerable, whether you are young, old, in the geriatric time frame, or disabled, then you know, the earlier you identify any threat, the better. I mean, at the best of times, identify the threat as early as you can. But if you are super vulnerable because you're disabled, super vulnerable because you've got a newborn, or super vulnerable because you've got a 95-year-old dad who's living with you, then the earlier you can identify things and get away, the better, because you're going to be a lot slower to initially get the ball rolling. I don't know. Other things that will cover all three bases will be warmth, I suppose. We sort of talked about warmth and the ability to regulate your own body temperature. You know, young kids, they're relying on you. The older folk,
Yeah, smaller children cannot regulate their body temperature as an adult can. So
yeah, and of course
you need to
God,
you need to keep them warm as well.
yeah, and it's identifying the problems before the challenge is to identify the problems before they get to a critical injury point with youngsters and older people and disabled people, because the problem may not manifest in the normal way as the average person, particularly disabled. If someone is paralyzed, for instance, and if they've got paralyzed legs, they may not feel any injuries to those legs at all. Well, they won't. You know, their legs could be burnt. They may not
Yeah,
feel that sort of injury. And if that's the case, well, some people might say, "Oh, you know, so what?" Well, the issue is, if someone's got burns and they're paralyzed and they can't feel those burns, then it still presents an infection risk, which will then
yeah,
tear its way through the rest of the body in time. You know,
yeah,
and
and that could be fatal, basically.
yeah, then you're dealing with then, you know, the management of a wound, and wound management is a, you know, a real big deal. A lot of people don't, you know, and they underestimate, you know, wound management and post first aid recovery and all this sort of thing. It could even be you might have someone who's paralyzed that has broken their femur, for instance,
Yeah,
and how do you identify that? You know, they can't feel the injury. A broken bone has got, you know, we talked about earlier dehydration risk with many people because they
yeah,
just don't drink enough. You break a large bone like a femur, and you're losing a lot of fluid into the surrounding tissues straight away. So
yeah,
it has a big impact on hydration levels. Then you're talking shock and all this sort of stuff. Well, not exactly how that then transpires and manifests its way onwards to someone who's this got no nerve function, but no doubt it will be a key issue. So identifying injuries in disabled people, particularly with spinal injuries and wheelchair bound paralysis, is a key thing. So yeah, you know, keep them warm and adapt as necessary. Hydration, access, mobility, they're all sort of key factors, and that this crosses all the three boundaries of young, old, and disabled. And of course, with all these three, another common factor will be speed of movement. And
thank
Dean's
you,
just
Dean, for
become
becoming a member.
a member. So I've got a question for you about the this membership, Shadow. Is
Yeah,
I mean, I was looking at this the other week. In order to become a member, you have to have a. Do you have to have a PayPal account, or can you do it direct?
I'm not sure about that. It goes. I believe it goes through your bank
So
card, I believe.
Right, so if I press on your home page, if I press join, so you've got three
Yeah,
options there, and then I press join again there. Oh, right. Okay, you can do it directly from the card. Oh, right, I didn't know that.
yeah,
Right, I'll have to sign myself up.
I appreciate that.
Right, so anyway, yeah, so I'll do that tomorrow probably. PayPal as
Yeah,
well, Dean says. Right. Yeah, good to know,
yeah.
good to know. And is there any way you accept any sort of other donations, Shadow?
Well, it's on the super chat or super stickers.
There's a
And
is there a system
and
on
I
here
also
like? Sorry, go on.
and I also have a PayPal. So
Right, that's one I
and,
yeah. I haven't got a PayPal account. See, that's the thing. So, is there a
yeah,
function on there like? I see a lot of channels have got this buy me a coffee type scenario.
yeah, I know.
That's a good little system because you're not actually buying them a coffee. You're throwing them a tip sort of thing, isn't it? So yeah. Anyway, so back to the. Anyway, Dunbar, good one, good one. Yeah. So back to the subject of the day. So all
Yeah,
these people who speed of movement is going to the real hit the like button. All these people are going to
yes,
have there we go, speed of movement issues, and with everything we've talked about already, think about any sort of dedicated specialist items that you can buy to make your life a bit easier. And the one thing that immediately springs to mind, not just for the older person or whatever, is have loads of spare glasses knocking around. I mean, I'm at the age now where I've succumbed to the reading glasses and stuff. I'm on 1.25 reading glasses every now and then, and my arms aren't long enough. Your arms, you have to gradually start putting things further away so you can see things. So,
yeah,
every sort of nook and cranny and pack or box or emergency box and stuff like that, I put at least one pair of reading glasses in there. No matter how cheap they are, just throw them in there because if it comes to reading the small print on medication or instructions or anything like this, you need to be able to see without squinting. And there's no doubt plenty of other sort of little things you can buy to make your life a bit easier. And we from one end of the spectrum, like spare pair of reading glasses, all the way through to the other end of the spectrum of spare oxygen and electric wheelchairs and stuff like this. It can, as usual, get expensive.
yeah. And the problem with the electric wheelchairs is they are really heavy, really heavy.
Yeah. A whole host of problems with them. You then got, like you say, they're heavy. You've got to think about how you're going to charge them. Are you capable enough to pack it away and lift it? Is it going to fit into the back of a vehicle? Ugh.
Well, you can't basically fold electric wheelchair to make it narrower. You can't do that.
Well, there are some nowadays which there are some real lightweight shopping electric wheelchairs knocking around.
Yeah, you can fold up and put in the car, but
The other opportunity, if you're living with real life survival, you're either going to be on a skateboard or in your sail wheelchair. Well, yeah, there's options out there.
Yeah, there are options.
And
a lot of these. My dad has a wheelchair too, so
right. These electric scooters are quite novel. Some of them have got little seats on them as well. Some of them have got like a 25-mile range. Fold up really small. Yeah. They're not that heavy, and you could quite easily, get someone on there with a kid, and away they go.
Yeah.
Then again, just hope they don't crash. Oh, a sail and a skateboard. Yeah. Or even better, well, you're talking about physical things there, some rollerblades and an umbrella.
Hey, Alicia. Good to see you. Yeah, it's a good idea for a live stream. I know actually it was a preparedness veterans idea for a topic, so I chose this one for today's live stream. So because nobody talk about it, actually, no other channels has talking about this specific topic, so or even mentioned it. So
yeah, it's a lot of it's a key thing because there's a lot of people out there, a hell of a lot of people out there who are not only disabled, then you add on top of that, you're old. Add on top of that, you got kids, stroppy teenagers or newborns. Then you're talking about a large chunk of the population. Then, so it'd be crazy not to talk about this sort of thing. And I've seen. All you got to do is look at pictures and articles about Hurricane Katrina, for instance, and people were just left behind. And if anything happens in the middle of the night, and then excuse me a minute. Yeah, if anything happens in the middle of the night and you're in a skeleton crew and something, you have to evacuate quickly, one would hope that the care facility that you're in has got its drills pretty slick. It's practiced the evacuation drills. It's got the equipment and the staff to do it all fairly swiftly and get you away. It's no use just evacuating people to a car park and leaving them there, and they're thrashing down with rain and the flooding that's about to happen. They've got to get away. So you'd hope these organisations have got all their stuff squared away, because they've got to find drivers, they've got to find transport, they've got to find the space to fit in all the equipment that's going to support people. There could be people on IV drips. There could be people who require electrical equipment to sustain themselves or support themselves. And unfortunately, it will be the disabled, the elderly particularly, who will probably succumb first without any sort of help or support. And that's just really, that's just the way it is.
So, yeah, and Alicia says, I have so many questions about what to do if we had to leave. My little boy would run off. Him and Jacob are both nonverbal.
Right.
And they don't even have a car, so that will be a problem.
Get these harnesses that you put on kids as well. which could be a good thing. They got like a body harness, and you put them on a leash. It might sound like you're controlling dogs, but if your kids start running around like idiots, and well, I'm not saying your kids are idiots, but if your kids are like loose cannons, they're running off in a crowd of people, or you're in a shelter, the last thing you want to do is spend the next 2 or 3 hours looking for them because they've decided to go play hide and seek, or they've gone to watch TV and they haven't told you about something. So you might even want to, well, people out there might even want to consider getting some some of these tracking tags putting on their relatives.
Yeah.
Stop them wandering off, I suppose. Because if you go into a shelter, everybody's vision of bugging out isn't the same. You might have plans to jump in a vehicle, go to a bunker 300 mile away via helicopter, and this sort of stuff. That's the dream for many people. That's not going to happen for most people.
Yeah.
So,
and many of us cannot even afford it. So
yeah. Or the other idea of bugging out could be to just get in the vehicle and drive down the road. However, if the situation dictates the fact that all you need to do is to evacuate the street because there's a bomb threat, and you've all got congregate at the church at the end of the road, or the sports hall at the end of the road, everyone's in there, cups of teas, cakes, blankets, all this sort of stuff, and we got to wait. While you're waiting there, the situation could develop into another situation where you're now finding yourself in a place packed out where you don't want to take your eyes off your kids or your elderly parents, or your disabled brother or sister or whatever, in case you just lose them completely. So keep tags on them, keep together, don't get separated, all this sort of stuff. I suppose it does happen. Yeah, they say their kids will not understand, especially if they have learning disabilities. I can imagine. So, what do? You've got to keep them close, I suppose.
Yeah. And the other problem would be if, let's say, if you have a relative that is deaf, mute, blind. That
Right.
would be a huge problem.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's bordering on the worst case. I don't even know where to start with that one. You've literally got to physically point them in a direction or manhandle them to safety at every opportunity, really. And once in a safe location, try and get some sort of help to support you, or then you can try and formulate some sort of plan to explain to them what's happened. Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
that means you basically need to do the sign language in their hands, basically. So,
right.
There are methods to communicate
of course,
with people.
What we haven't spoken about really is is any sort of pets that, well, not pets, but animals that help the disabled or the elderly. You get some people who you get guide dogs, for instance, for the blind.
Yeah.
You also get dogs that that they alert someone if the owner is having some sort of a fit or a seizure, things like this. So you can monitor dogs if you like, and they've got to be taken into account and catered for as well. And you might want to have.
World of Fun and Slime Making. Good to see you.
KS World of Fun and Slime Making. That's a novel YouTube name.
Okay. I'm Caitlin, Alicia's daughter. Okay, good to know.
Yeah, and Alicia had autism. Says we have a cat. I can just let her go. Not a happy thought to let her go off into the city, but my family is first. Well, yeah, very true. And if the situation gets that bad, some people may even consider putting the cat into the pot and eating it. And it was only a couple of weeks ago, actually, that I saw a story about an immigrant from illegal immigrant from Africa who was on the streets in Italy, and he'd been trying to catch cats, and he caught a cat, and he was killed it, and he was cooking it in the street basically to eat. So the desperation has been that desperate, and it will be in the future. So I wouldn't discount them if it comes to survival to that extreme. They can be a source of food, no matter how fluffy looking or treasure they are. But it's going to have to be pretty desperate. If people can eat humans and resort to cannibalism, then they can resort to eating pets. But yeah, cats. I mean, if you let cats go, most times I suppose they will fend for themselves and look after themselves to a certain extent. Dogs, they will probably pack together and go into a survival mode after a certain amount of time as well. Yeah, the thing with animals and pets is they're not just animals or pets. They are another member of the family, and they can be a huge, emotional or morale boost to any situation. So if you can keep your pets with you at all times. So what was that last? Her name is Caitlin. She's my daughter. She also has autism. She's one of my 3 with autism, who is verbal, but she has delays. Right. So that is going to be. It's interesting, Alicia, to hear if you've got any sort of anything in place that we haven't spoken about to compensate or mitigate or help you with any sort of disaster, because that sounds like a pretty tough situation there with you've got 3 kids there with issues, autism and stuff. Yeah.
Dean says, reminds me the Book of Eli when he gets that cat. Yeah. I have that movie.
Oh yeah, it's a good film. Yeah, it's a good film.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah.
Hey, Guardian.
Hey, Guardian. How you doing?
Hey, good evening, gents. How are you doing?
So yeah, we've just been talking about prepping and vulnerabilities and how you deal with young kids from newborns through to stroppy teenagers, elderly folk that have got mobility issues or stability issues or mental issues, and all the way through to the disabled and handicaps and all the things you have to cope with and think about and all this sort of stuff. And well, we've gone through quite a lot, but it's so much to go through with all this sort of stuff. And not, as Shadow said earlier, not many people actually talk about this sort of thing. And yet, there's a large majority of the population out there who have got or do live with elderly parents, or are on medication, or are disabled, they've got some sort of issue, or they've had a newborn, or they've got stroppy teenagers, and and people would argue that having a stroppy teenager is one of the worst things to do, because trying to get them to do anything is an absolute nightmare.
Bushcraft family says I would do drills with my kids. That way they knew that what to do in case we need to bug out. Yeah.
Yeah. If anyone's got stroppy teenagers, I always say blame the parents. Who else's fault is it? you got to train them like puppies, I'd say. Look.
Yeah. In Guardian, we are doing just good. So, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I've actually just come back. I've had quite a busy evening already. So, yeah, the weekend's going well. We're looking into heading into the new year. Good to see you, Bushcraft, by the way. It's been a minute. And yeah, I think that going forward with this topic, it's so sensitive. And at the same time, it really is a topic that doesn't get touched on enough. I think that there's a lot of people, even in our family, my mom-in-law, does have a problem being mobile, but at the same time, she has a lot of other skills, and that's the thing. Like even people, in situations that might not be, physically as capable as everybody else, they definitely have an immense amount of value. And I mean, nobody's taking that away from them, right? But at the same time, within the prepping sphere and within survival, within the whole greater survival sphere itself, I think that it is unfortunately seen in that way, that you've got to be as fit as possible. So yeah. Oh no Bushcraft, you're actually thank you for bringing that up, Shadow. I'm still Guardian prepping. I still got running the channel. I haven't been on the channel for a while. I've actually done a bit of a I did a bit of a challenge last year where I did like 200 push-ups every day, and did that from the 1st of January till the 31st of December, and that was 73,000 push-ups. And then I'm currently going for like a world record right now. And I know it sounds crazy, but that's what I want to do. I won't tell you which world record, but that is because it's not the smartest thing to do. Well, not that you're going to compete for it, but maybe, you never know. But it's good to see you, man. Bushcraft is definitely somebody that's quite well known and renowned in a positive way within the preparedness and survival sphere as well. So I'm really happy that you're around with us. And yeah, it's been a while since I've been around as well. Yeah, but I've spoken enough now for myself. Yeah, it's a good topic.
Yeah, it is. We have wooded area right next to our house. Problem is the area has ground wasps. I was strung multiple times and have an EpiPen. Otherwise, it would be perfect. Some homeless live there now. Thanks. To Trudeau.
Yeah, I think if you have got young children, or you live with someone who's elderly, or anyone who's got mobility issues or disabled, then you've got to really, really be on the game. Really seriously consider what your plans are to whatever threat you're living under. So if you are living in a tsunami zone or earthquake zone or forest fire zone, you got to really think about how you're going to get them out, how you're going to initiate an early warning system, and move them on and get them to the vehicle out of safety and onwards, amongst all the other chaos that's going to be going on there.
Yeah.
Mobility is probably a real key aspect. Speed of movement. A lot of people, like I said, they can't even get themselves off the floor if they fall over, whether they're, because they're elderly and frail, or they may be in some sort of paralytic state in a wheelchair. trying to get yourself off the floor, then you're going to need someone's help. There's no two ways about it. So if you're living with anyone like that, then, and we haven't really spoken about this yet, is you've got to practice and know how to do your lifting and recovery methods and dragging as well. How can you drag someone to safety? Do you know how to drag someone to safety? Do you know how to lift someone? If the threat is that bad that it suddenly hits you and you have to get out the house within literally 1 minute or under, then it would be a good idea to know how to baby carry or fireman's lift someone or drag them out of a harm's way. And that could be literally the difference between leaving them behind or them getting killed or them surviving or seriously injured. So yeah, practice your lifts.
Yeah, you need to have the strength to do it.
Yeah, well,
if you're not strong enough, that will be difficult.
Yeah, that there is that issue as well. I mean, first of all, start off with there are various techniques you can use if you as a twosome. If there's you and someone else, two people can quite easily get someone moving or off the floor or out of a chair or down the stairs pretty quickly and into a car. If you know what you're doing, and this is why you've got to research and practice how to do it. Carrying someone, it could be something as easy. When you think about a simple maneuver like piggybacking, everyone can give a piggyback.
Hey, Shawnee, good to see
Shawnee. Everyone can give a piggyback. However, you try giving someone a piggyback who hasn't got the strength to put their arms around you or grip you with their legs, or if the person has got no feeling in their legs because they're paralyzed, again, another situation on top of that. So piggybacking, baby carry, that's what we used to call it anyway, two-man lift, and all these sort of lifting and recovery techniques, they're useful, and you'll find them. This is one of the benefits of having old books. I did a video on this recently about old medical books. All these old medical books will have all these old mechanical archaic methods of moving people around and lifting people and recovering people. And they'll demonstrate, and they'll have techniques in there where you can quite easily lift someone from a chair into a vehicle, or from a chair into a truck, or down the stairs or up the stairs or across the corridor or across a bridge or whatever. Think of I'm sure if everyone remembers back to the beginning of the Ukraine-Russia conflict, there was a key bridge that was taken out and it was in rubble. It was all over the news. People must have seen it. And people were having to get from one end of the bridge to the other end of the bridge. And this bridge was collapsed, basically. There was water either side of it. There was iron girders poking out the edges of the reinforced concrete and all this sort of stuff. How are you going to get your elderly or disabled, wheelchair-bound relative, friend, cousin, whatever, across that bridge? You're going to have to adopt some sort of lifting technique. So whether you lift them, like we just said, piggyback, baby carry, or two-man lift or whatever, or make an improvised stretcher, or use some sort of technique where you're lifting the person in the wheelchair itself, then it's up to you. But those those are the sorts of things you got to sort of bear in mind and think about, really. Because if you don't, then what's the alternative? The alternative is you leave the person there, or you risk further injuring the person, or the procedure is so slow that you all end up getting injured, or you all end up having to make the tough decision of, shall we leave him or her? So, pretty precarious, really. And
Yeah.
as Shadow said there, you know, having the physical strength to help these people is another key factor without injuring yourself as well. Correct lifting techniques and back straight and all this sort of stuff, your knees. You know, physical preparation starts with physicality, really. And if you haven't got the physicality because you're disabled or old or you're young, then it's a real factor.
So I think that's, yeah. I don't even want to play devil's advocate on that topic specifically, because it's one where you've got to increase. So at the end of the day, right, preparedness is also about community. Community is the crux of it, right? Like, you have to have your community outreach, and you have to have an extensive reach within your local community. And this is something that I speak on all the time. The reason why I speak on this all the time is because in situations like that, if you have people that are disabled, you can absolutely have a situation where if you build up a good enough community and you've got a strong community that works together as well through rough times, then you can have several people within that community that might not be as physically capable, but absolutely have other, you know, skills and capabilities that they're able to provide for a group. So in those type of situations, yes, there are situations where I'll be quite honest about this, okay? If I was disabled and things were going upside down, right? They were going really petong. I would absolutely make sure that I do not burden anybody else. And this is a real situation. I'm speaking about something that's quite harsh, but it's the reality of it. Because I consider other people out of sympathy and compassion, right? If somebody doesn't, and they view themselves and the importance of their life, and they could potentially jeopardize the group that they're with. But they see it more important to take care of, number one, themselves, because ideally that's what everybody's out for, right? Human nature is to protect yourself. So when it comes down to things like this, it's like, how do you make sure that you're not going to have to abscond an area in a rush, where you would have to leave it to somebody to be in that situation, where if I was that person in that situation, where I just say, just go, leave me, you know? And that's where having a community is the fundamental part of preparedness as well. And that's why knowledge will always beat gear in every single manner, like every single way. Your knowledge of your local area, your knowledge of how to recreate and procure the items that you need to when you're in the wilderness. Because that's what it comes down to, because over a long enough time, it all becomes wilderness, right? This year, and I'll say this year is going to be extremely interesting. I know that us as people that are into preparedness are always looking for the next big thing, right? It's good. It's a good thing that we do, because when that big thing does become something that's really tangible, then we better have the right, you know, contingencies in place. So, yeah, just saying my 2 cents about the whole topic. People shouldn't be selfish, and people should be compassionate and kind to other people in the worst of scenarios. That's my 2 cents on that.
I can agree with that.
Yeah, this is the sort of things we sort of touched on earlier about. It could be if you're completely up the creek and you haven't got any sort of contingencies, preps, or anything like that, and you haven't practiced or rehearsed anything, and you're completely oblivious, and it could come down to some pretty tough decisions as to what Guardian just spoken about there. Stay or go, you know. But yeah, I agree. You know, what are we without each other? We got to, the community sense is key, and having a community support group is key. You know, it's not all about being able to lift things to earn your place at the table. It's knowledge as well. And
Yeah.
if for instance, if you are, if you're the only solar engineer left, you're in a wheelchair, then you're a key man.
That's it right there. Well done. I mean? That's a brilliant point to bring up. It's exactly that. Be careful of just dismissing somebody because they're not able to be as physically, like well versed as everybody else. Like that. That's so true. Like it's that whole thing where, okay, so just quickly, so my mom-in-law, like that I was mentioning earlier, has one of the most amazing skill sets, and I really encourage other people to increase the skill set of theirs, because the reason why I brought this up before is because she's so good at being able to. Congrats, Vanessa. I'm glad you heard about that as well. That's a horrible thing. If you ever have that situation again, there's a couple of natural remedies as well, including, I don't know if you do drink. I'm not trying to advocate for drinking, but a good beer sometimes also helps with that. Yeah. That's rough.
Yeah, I'd comment on there. I had a kidney stone a couple of 3 or 4 years ago. Oh my godness! I was literally. I'll tell you about it in a bit. Go on, sorry, Guardian.
No. Go ahead. Like I was pretty much just repeating something that I was saying there as well. Be very careful who you dismiss and stuff. And obviously, I was just going to repeat the fact that kindness is such an important thing. Kindness does come back to you, but it shouldn't be the reason why you can't. Yada yada yada. It's just we live in a world where karma will get you. Anyway, go ahead, Preparedness.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the kidney stone thingy, right? Well, I've been. Not many people know this, but I've been shot, right? And this was worse than being shot. This is the worst pain I've ever experienced. And they say it's, like giving a child, like giving birth and all that sort of stuff. I personally don't know about that. Anyway, it was bloody painful. I was out. I was out shopping, and this was back in May, about 3 or 4 years ago. Come back. Went inside, went upstairs, got to the toilet, and it was as if someone flipped a switch. Bang! The pain would just hit me. Oh my god, it was horrendous. I was curling around, rolling around on the floor in agony, and on a scale of 1 to 10, the pain was 9/10. You get a lot of people saying, "Oh, what's the pain on the scale of 1 to 10?" If it isn't anything above 8, you're screaming and shouting, basically. Anyway, called an ambulance. We didn't know what was happening. And is the patient still breathing? Yes. 4 hours, they said, for the ambulance. So I managed to groan. I managed to groan out a couple of sentences saying, "All right, if I'm still like this in 40 minutes, take me to hospital." 20 minutes later, I said, "Right, take me to hospital." So hospital was about 3 or 4 miles away. Drove me to hospital. I literally rolled out the car in front of the emergency department, crawled to the front desk. They just told me to sit down in the waiting room. Crawled to the waiting room, sat there in agony for the next 15 minutes. Doctor saw me, took me into the. This is the key kicker. Took me into the one of the bays to get looked at, and literally, someone just flicked a switch again, and the pain went off, and that was it. And basically, the pain was the stone. It was a 10mm stone traveling down me from my kidneys down to my bladder. That's the pain. You got this big object forcing its way through a tiny pipe. And but anyway, I basically had some a paracetamol suppository to take the edge off it. Drank lots of fluids. Had a CT scan, confirmed what it was, and they basically said, "Well, that's it. You just wait till you pass it now," because it was on the limit of the size of being. Had some sort of intervention. 2 weeks later, I passed it. But yeah, that is kidney stones are horrendous pain. Horrendous pain. I haven't had one since. So yeah, a lot of people advocate lemon juice and all this sort of thing to try and reduce the size of the stone. Drink lots of fluids, and also at the time, actually, I just been researching, and I've just done a video about the benefits of drinking gorse bush tea and gorse bush petals, and that is another aid to reduce these kidney stones down. But oh my god, the pain is horrendous. So yeah, Vanessa, yeah, I can imagine what you were like there. It was horrendous.
A lot of
pain.
a lot of these things as well. Like the whole prevention is better than cure. Living making sure that you just stay super hydrated all the time, and that you also have a very wide variety within your diet. Making sure that just that you be very, very careful of sticking to like a specific diet for too long as well. And as I say, I'm not the biggest advocate for alcohol because I've had horrible experiences from people that are close to me within my life and the abuse of alcohol. So I really think it's a nasty thing, and it's also made me lose plenty of friends along my life journey. So yeah. However, when it does come to that, having a beer once a month, or a little bit of also red wine for your heart, of course, but having a beer once a month is actually really good for you for those type of situations, because it keeps things, pretty much clear. You know what?
Yeah, it's one of those things that there's plenty of things in life that just come around the corner and will give you a good whacking. But can you imagine getting that sort of thing during an emergency, or for instance, lockdown? I don't know if anyone here has had a kidney stone during lockdown. And if it's the first time they'd had one, they surely must have thinking, what's happening here? I can't ring the ambulance; they won't take me because it's lockdown, and you're on your own, sort of thing. Oh, and then you were a fit and healthy person, all this sort of stuff, and you're then in an emergency or in a situation like lockdown, and you would just suddenly become one of the disabled. Good luck, sort of thing. Yeah. So, no matter what or how people think they are now.
Hey, Hendo, good to see you, brother.
Hey, Hendo. You never know what's around the corner, and you could quite easily be in the same position as someone else. It's not as mobile or as fortunate as yourself. So, yeah, beware, folks.
Hey, Bob. Good to see you.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Bob, you all right? Had you good trip back?
Oh, caught the normal airplane cold on the way back. I've been kind of down and out for a little while here. Still not feeling real well, but
right.
Thank you for asking.
Yeah,
it's really good to see you.
Christmas morning, I come down with COVID. So that's completely ruined. I'm literally this last couple of days just back up to full speed, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, yeah, I'm not good at all. So, what was the airline situation? Was there plenty of people coughing and spluttering on the aircraft? Did you know you was going to come down with something?
Always.
Oh god.
Well, this is the first time I got sick flying for many, many years. Wife and I are very ritualistic. We fill our hands with sanitizer and wipe down virtually and absolutely everything that we physically touch, every flight we take. And on the way across the Pacific coming back home, there was knucklehead behind us who's sitting there coughing and coughing and coughing. It's like we're just both looking at each other, shaking our head. Yeah, it's just a matter of time, hon.
That's all you need. That's all you need. That is someone, best intentions in the world. All you need is someone behind you who just coughs over you or sneezes over you, and you can just turn
right
around
behind
and
us.
Punch the guy. Yeah.
I wish I could.
What gets me about all this sort of thing is, of all that's gone on in the last 3-4 years, people are still walking around coughing over people and not taking any precautions, just being blasé about things. I mean, one of the reasons why I got it, and one of the relatives, they went to a do in a pub.
Hey, Gruden, good to see you.
The pub was packed, and they knew that one of their friends knew they had COVID, yet they still went out. And we're talking about people who are in their 70s and 80s here.
Nice,
Real nice. Meanwhile, Three of us have gone down with it here, and that took us out of action for 2 weeks. Lovely Christmas. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah, just to go show you how selfish people are.
Yeah.
I've been out of the house once since we came back. That was it. Yeah. My wife got sick, but she's gowned from head to toe with PPE every morning. As soon as she walks in, she's got to cover up with everything. So the chances of her spreading anything is almost impossible. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
She looks
Thing
like
is,
an astronaut.
covered.
No, it's all right. You know, these people being blasé about this sort of thing and saying, yeah, whatever. But, you know, COVID, the flu, any severe cold, diarrhea and vomiting, norovirus, all these things can really knock some people out and could kill some people. If you've got an underlying condition you don't know about, you know, a simple trip or someone coughing over you, that's it. And you're then in the sort of vulnerable category. It's not good at all.
Well, you imagine people are that selfish. I'm not insulting your friends or the people you know, but that is selfish.
Yeah.
Knowing that they're sick, knowing that it's a contagion during peacetime, during when everything's going good. What's that person going to do, or that mentality going to do, if things have gone sideways?
Yep.
Can you imagine what they would do if they got inside your house and they know you have a little bit of food?
Yeah, exactly.
Could you just guess what they would do to your wife and kids? You know, they take their heads off just to get a can of beans. You know,
Yeah.
People are monsters, man.
Yeah, especially if they're starving and
And
thirsty.
Yep.
So,
I was talking about earlier on the sort of elderly side of it and any sort of disability side of it. People who are reliant on any sort of medication, you know, they should have adopted some sort of mentality now to build up a sort of little stockpile of medication, emergency medication stockpile, whether it be 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or whatever, as much as they can. Store them in 2 separate locations, etc., because you never know when you know the factory in India or the factory in China is going to burn down, or the ship is going to get ambushed by the Houthi rebels from Yemen, or the delay, or the trucker strike, or anything like this, or a snowstorm.
Yeah.
And if you're on some sort of life-giving, life-supporting medication that you rely on, and the moment the supply chain stops or gets disrupted, your focus is everything revolves around when you're going to get your next pill.
Yeah.
You know? And I can't believe people with any sort of medication, even, you know, the reliance on minor medication, they don't think about this sort of thing. And because something as simple as I don't know, asthma medication or blood pressure or statin or anything like that, anything that people consider as mild. You know, okay, you won't die if you go without it for a couple of weeks. Your body could probably handle that that disruption, that pressure. But you know, beyond that, into a month and so on and so on, you're going to start potentially developing other ailments, which will just turn into something else and something else and something else. Before you know it, you got old man's friend, you're dying there with pneumonia, you know, or whatever. So, and if someone out there is disabled and they can't physically or mentally do this sort of thing, then the onus is on the people they live with or their support mechanism to make sure there's a little stockpile and emergency supply getting built up for them. Because likewise, you know, with that small disruption, the same sort of thing's going to happen, and it's just going to snowball and snowball. And I remember someone saying once, because if you've got any sort of illness or disability or any ailment, people don't, unless you're ill with those ailments or disabilities, you just do not realize the importance, because these people will give anything, absolutely anything, to get back to enjoying the benefits of a normal ailment-free life. And it's very underestimated, I think.
That's why having the ability to merge people as well, and to find people that get along, and to just kind of be, somebody that really has the capability to bring different groups together, that's something that's really powerful within itself, because you have that knowledge then, It's really good to see you back, by the way, Bob. But yeah, I think it's important, like just realizing, that in different types of scenarios, because we speculate on what to do as well in a lot of different ways, and also we learn and we increase our knowledge by looking at the past and understanding what other people have done in various situations. But it's also important for us to do the thought projects and understand what we believe will be the more likelihood of a SHTF arriving, like what that would look like, and in our opinions, like what is more likely to bring that upon us as well, and that would impact the type of for children and elders and disabled as well, being somebody, and this is a whole different topic that I'll cover here in a second soon, about fatherhood as well within preparedness, and teaching your kids to be able to look after themselves in ways if something were to happen to you. I think that a lot of the time, bye Sandy, good to see you. I think a lot of the time we think that we will be able to do it later, that we'll have tomorrow to teach our kids the lessons and principles of preparedness. And
see you later, Sandy.
Yeah, it's so important.
Yeah, I was talking. Thor was on earlier, and he was making some comments how he used to get his kids in the mindset bugging out. He used to run drills for them, where he used to wake them up out of the blue in the middle of the night and this sort of thing, and grab your bags, we're off, sort of thing, and they'd go into the woods or whatever, and then have a debrief and come back or whatever, something like that. And yeah, it's a good thing to do, and get them into the mindset early, get them into some sort of, you could even push them into something like Scouts or Cubs, and that's a good thing to get them all reliant, self-reliant, and this sort of thing. Yeah, I mean, difficult, especially if if someone's got young children. That's well, they'll walk something in common. There, you got young children, elderly people, geriatrics, and the immobile, or the people who are starting to go down the Alzheimer's route or can't function on their own. They need support, or someone who's disabled. It's a real challenge, because you've got to. They can't function on their own. They're basically dead. So there's reliance there. You've got to all come together and support each other, like you say. It's a real challenge, and so people have got to really look at what could potentially destabilize their way of life, and it could be anything from a cyber attack, disruption of the food supply, which have a big knock-on effect, petrol prices, diesel prices. They could go up to such an extent where that has a massive impact on the supply chain, or something further at hand, like we're seeing now, which no one's really felt the impact of in the Western world yet, is the Straits of Hormuz and the Houthi rebels ambushing supply ships from China.
Yeah,
all has a big knock-on effect. And these days, it doesn't take a lot at all. Everything is so fragile that the most minor event, and in some circumstances, all it takes is for the press to go into a media frenzy, and everyone else goes into a frenzy then, and starts panic buying and all this sort of stuff. So can you imagine having, on top of all this, on top of a normal day-to-day family, you add in the fact that you've then got to manage someone who's disabled, mentally or physically, elderly folk, young children, all the medication to think about, control and manage. Have you got enough medication? All the unique piece of equipment that go with each of these, categories, from baby formula to diapers to support pets, guide dogs, all the way through to wheelchairs, access, dealing with deaf people,
blind people.
Blind people.
Yeah. So when I say community, I also mean an empire, to build, essentially, that's the end game, right? Being able to facilitate for as many people as you possibly can, having the highest sense of security, because there's security in numbers, and there's no denying that. There's actually a lot of interesting war tales. I was very fortunate to have an uncle of mine who loved speaking about the World War I and World War II and various different wars across the world. And it's extremely interesting to know how, certain wars have been won and certain battles have been won just by intimidation through numbers, just by, sometimes you don't even need to fight. If you are, there's been a lot of scenarios where if you're just powerful enough, you can intimidate your enemy to basically back off. And that's what you can do for the most part. And even if it comes down to, an actual, situation, if you have much more numbers, you have much more capability to defend what is yours as well, and to provide more protection for people.
Yeah, definitely. Mm-hmm. Well, also everything comes with its own problems. More people, more supplies, toilet issues, water.
More thieves, more narcissists, more alcoholics, more drug addicts.
Yep, that's it. That's exactly that, Bob. You're right on the money, because that is the biggest problem. It's the human element, right? Where as soon as you bring that in, you definitely have issues when it comes to trust and when it comes to so yeah, that's rather interesting. I love this Dean Dunbar's number, the Dunbar number. It's an awesome surname, by the way, if that's your surname.
In my opinion, you cannot for everything impossible.
Nope. We've all acknowledged absolutely you can't.
As long as you've got the fundamentals of food, water, shelter, you're doing pretty good. And you can be most people are adaptable to whatever comes at them after that. Yeah. Most people are, but you're gonna have to be really careful about who's surrounding you. I think the human element is the most dangerous.
Yeah. No, you're right, Bob. You can't trust people. People will look out for themselves, specifically in those situations. But the thing is, if you address it, right, and if you be diplomatic about it in the correct manner, I think that you are able to sway people. If they think that, if you get them to believe, right, that their best interest is the group's best interest, right, and you get them to understand that fundamentally, as long as they are able to provide for themselves and the group together, then the group is stronger. And then you obviously have security, and you make sure that your security patrols as well. And then you have things like, making the capability to lock things up and lock things away is extremely important that people don't always speak about. Just lock things down. And not just that, but the interesting thing that you can do is you can actually put most of your valuables underneath where you sleep as well. So you can design one of your rest shelter areas as well, where some of your valuables is right below where you sleep. So even when you're sleeping, you can have a sense of protection too. But then you should have people on different shifts as well, working shift duties to like stay vigilant. So yeah, it's a whole thing. There's so much. The deeper you get away from society, the more you actually need a lot of the systems that run society as is.
Yeah, there's the systems are in place currently for a reason. It's because they're a necessity. But I can't really see society breaking down completely. But I'll say it again, like I've said 100 times on this program with my friends here. You have more to worry about from somebody just down the street than you do from foreign invading or
Yeah.
from asteroids or volcanoes, or because that guy down the
Yeah.
street that you think you know him, or the junkie who lives alongside the river, he's going to take your shit. He's going to hurt you if he has to.
So, Alicia had autism, Mom. I have inappropriate sinus tachycardia. In other words, my medication prevents my heart from constantly racing. Also, sometimes SVT episodes. Any ideas for other treatment options in an SHTF scenario?
That's a good topic to bring up to your doctor. Seriously,
Well, yeah.
it is.
Yeah. Well, I think, right. So, I've not heard of inappropriate sinus tachycardia, but tachycardia with some sort of atrial fibrillation, racing heartbeat over 100 beats a minute, without medication. So basically, some people get a sporadic bout of tachycardia, fast racing heartbeat, and to them, it's they feel like an impending doom scenario where their heart is racing so fast, the adrenaline really kicks in, and they go into overdrive. And for them, it's like they're having it sends them into like a panic attack.
Okay.
There is something that people can do, and it's I'm no medical professional, but I would look into child autism. Is look at something called the vagus nerve massage, and it's a technique you can manually manipulate the vagus nerve and the neck area into slowing down any bout of sinus-induced tachycardia without medication. Basically, it's a bit of a skill, but people do it and doctors do it, and some can do it, some can't. So have a look at that. So I'll just say it again. It's a vagus nerve massage. So that's the only thing I know how to stop that sort of thing. Because people with I know this because I know someone with AF tachycardia. They're normally on some form of beta blockers and blood thinning medication, because if you get an atrial fibrillation tachycardia event, some are sporadic, some are permanent, it can increase your risk of stroke and heart attack 5-fold. So yeah, not a lot you can really do about it without medication, because it affects the core of your bodily functions, your heart, and your heart racing, and your heart can only beat fast for so long before it starts to damage itself and other organs and create blood clots. So yeah, very, very difficult. Vagus nerve massage, have a look at that.
In my situation, as far as friends and family are concerned, I have very, very few people I know I can count on. Very, very, very few. I think relatives internationally and relatives and neighbors here, I can probably count on less than 10 people, if that.
Yeah.
All because of drug addiction, alcoholism, narcissism. I've walked away from so many people in my life because they cannot be counted on.
Yeah.
They would. I mean, really, in my situation, I know I can count on the 4 of us in my house. one neighbor, a guy, his wife, she's a drunk. You cannot trust an alcoholic, guys. You can't. They're nuts. They'll do anything to get that next mouthful of booze. And even some of the relatives overseas, narcissist. One's a narcissist and one's a drunk. Well, actually, they're both alcoholics, but one's one I can deal with. The other one, I would probably, if anything really drastic happened, and I'd probably take her out. Be honest with you.
So yeah, so the thing is, Bob, with like narcissism, right? With the way that the world is right now, it actually encourages narcissistic traits
It
in
does.
people from the time that they're young, and just everything. And I, this is not something that I will ever really, openly admit, but there's so many more narcissistic traits that if you take a look at it carefully, in the way that a person speaks and mannerisms of speech and stuff as well, and the way that people can be about certain things. And it really comes down to, obviously, the social media. I don't mean to beat a dead horse and stuff as well, but social media in general really, really encourages that. Like,
it certainly
we
does.
live in a world where it's all about that. It's not just that. It's grandiose narcissism, and grandiose narcissism is something that's really problematic. That's actually, I have tendencies of that, and I'm actually willing to admit that. I only discovered that within this year, that there are certain tendencies of grandiose narcissism, and once you are able to acknowledge it, you're able to also counter it. There's different types of narcissism out there. There's covert narcissism as well. The only reason why I'm willing to admit these things and speak about these things is because when you're able to be like, hey, wait, are there certain things about me? Because we all have things that we can change and that we should grow, right? And that we should be willing to be capable of understanding that there's errors within our programming, if you will. And I think that that's something that is important to acknowledge. And with you speaking about the way that people are as well, when it comes to trust and that, I can't begin to tell you how that's something that's a major issue. Like trust is, and the way that people have been throughout my past as well. Like it's just, there's so many different situations where you believe that you'll trust somebody and people will let you down again and again and again. And I wish that, I think it's because, so in general, I used to be much more in public. I was much more open, friendly, bubbly,
Same here.
Person.
Same here. Same here.
Yeah. And yeah, exactly. Used to be, right? And then you learn that there's so many people out there that will see that, and then they view that as weakness because you're kind, compassionate and stuff. And I'm not being their narcissistic traits about being kindness and compassionate. I don't speak about that in a way that, I'm great in doing so. I speak about it like genuinely. When you are seen helping other people, people will see that and take advantage of that. And they will often lie. Like everybody lies. I get that, right? But at the same time, the way in which lies can actually hurt you in those type of scenarios too, is major. Like it can cost you your life if somebody lies, and if they're not people that stick to the word. And this is where the last thing I'll close with saying on this matter specifically is that if you have somebody in your life, and if you meet somebody and if you pick them up as an honest person and you really see them as a genuinely honest person, you can learn from them. And even if you're somebody that tells tall tales and stuff when you're younger, you can absolutely learn from experience and learn to grow, and to kind of move past those things.
If you find those few honest, trustworthy people, hang on to them. Really hold on to them. Stay near them. Because in my experience, internationally and domestically, most people, I won't turn my back on most people, not even for a moment. It might sound like my own personality flaw, but it's through experience, man. It's some guy who thinks, you work with him every day for 5 years, you think he's okay, and next thing you know, you see him going through your wallet. I've run into that time after time after time. So that's why my wife, daughter, son, we have a policy, a very well understood policy. Stay away from, especially if things are really hard. Stay away from most people. Just get away from them, because it's unfortunate, but this just the way we have to be. Because the
You
drug
need.
addiction and alcoholism in this region is incredible.
I'm sorry about that, Bob.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to hear about that, because
Yep.
that's rough. That's really something that's horrible. I've lost a good friend of mine.
Me too.
Was studying sports psychology, and he got involved with the wrong people. And we were at his funeral 2 years ago, and he was really somebody that was very close to us. We used to surf together and skate together all the time, and we used to, when we were younger, and do like motocross and stuff, and we were just always like very, very active. He was a really active person, and just from hanging with the wrong crowd, it was horrible to go to his funeral. And it doesn't just impact you as a person, but it impacts like the people around him. Like his younger brother had lost his father several years before then, and then lost his mother, and then lost his brother through that as well. So then he had nobody. And your actions definitely make an impact on everybody else's life.
I agree with that.
Just got to I've got to shoot off, folks. So
yeah, no problem, PV. No problem.
I know. I'm out to prepare this veteran. I'm going to be on here in a second.
Get the ball rolling now. Look. Right. So anyway, thanks for the opportunity, Shadow.
You're
I'll
most
catch
welcome.
up with you in a bit. And Guardian, have a good one. Keep training. And I'll catch you later, Bob.
All right. Take care, guys.
Bye for now. Also, I might pop back a little bit later. That's also, if Bob is still around, if CR pops in, maybe, that sounds like a good time. So I might see you guys in a bit. Bye for now. Bye.
Later. Yeah. See you later, folks.
See you later.
Oh yeah. Just down the two of us, huh?
Yeah.
I know that. I know it is a downer of a topic, but that is part of preparedness, is just fully understanding the people that you live around, and the people within a few miles of your home are the most important people. You've really got to stay on guard against them, and really find out the ones that you can trust. And the ones, I'll say it again, the ones in my direct area where we live, I think I know a few of them that are relatively together people. I mean, they're not staggering drunk or smoking weed every day, but I don't know. For me, I will never trust a drunk or a druggie. I will never trust them. I learned over year after year after year, you cannot trust somebody who's that addicted to where they can't put it down. Now, a smoker, that's hard enough, but that's what I am. I'm a smoker and a caffeine addict. But you know what? I'm not going to go break into a pharmacy to get my fix. I'm not going to.
I agree with that. I agree with you. I totally agree with that. And I have had, when I was a kid, a friend. He's 1 year older than me. We hanged out a lot when we were kids, but when we get into high school, he began to use drugs, so that was not good, and especially I think it was hash.
Okay.
Yeah. So when we had our classes, he had a sweet smell that comes from him, and he was high on in the class, so that was not fun. And he always borrowed money from me. And
always. Yeah. They've never got enough money.
I never get that money back, so I didn't trust that guy anymore.
Well, I started off with seeing addicts right in my family, right around junior high and high
Hey,
school.
Joy. Good to see you.
Yeah, and I figured out at a very young age that you have to push those people away from you, and what I don't like about it is that I have to be the asshole because they will always come back, whether they're a relative or a friend who's all messed up on something. They always come back because you can
Yeah,
throw them out of your house and they'll come back looking for more, and you've got to be of the mentality, be able to stand your ground to protect yourself. That's the way I
yeah,
like the last guy I had to run away. I had to run him off. Um, I worked with him for years, and he got into meth. Man my age. We both retired at
yeah,
about the same time, and next thing
yeah,
you know, the guy's a squatter. He had a heart attack from meth,
yeah,
and he's getting the same Boeing pension I've got, but he has to squat in a vacant building, and he would come over to visit with me, and he'd start walking out with shit, and I told him, "No, as long as you're using, don't come back to my house ever again." It
yeah.
hurt, but
Yeah, it hurts.
mhm, yeah,
But you have to do what you have to do. That's it.
mhm, mhm. Yeah, in fact, I've got a relatives that we get together with overseas. Um, they're the my wife and I is gonna separate my wife's gonna separate her from me. You know, I can't tolerate being around a narcissist, a pure, absolute narcissist, and that's what she is.
They can be pretty annoying.
They are, and but I've been planning on going back to work on the house, maybe in the middle. Maybe I'll go back around April, May to work on the house, and then again in the holidays. But my wife's got it split up to where she's not going to be around me.
Yeah,
Period. They're going to stay in our house, but they're going to arrive first, and then they're going to leave, and then I'm going to arrive after they leave. I because she knows me, and she knows I'll only put up with just so much shit, and she's right on the cusp of being thrown down the stairs and kicked out of the street. You know.
yeah. I'm going for a short bathroom break. I'll be back.
Okay. Well, everybody bailed out of here. I hope it wasn't me. You guys can't catch a cold digitally, I swear. Oh, excuse me, Shawnee. I've only arrived a few moments ago, and I, of course, we cover the topics of medication during emergencies and things like that. But I also interjected, watch out, watch your neighbors, watch the narcissists and the drug addicts in your own family and on your own city block. Stay very, very careful with them. Yeah. Yeah, the reason why my wife is going to separate me from the British relatives is because she is a narcissist. She is totally selfish, totally, and does not listen to anyone else's advice or reasons. She has her own agenda, and the thing that
Oh, yeah.
she well, the first thing I did when we were I'll go a little bit into it. We've been sharing our house with the British while we're overseas and the Filipinos and all of us together. And I have no problem with my brother-in-law and his whole family. They're awesome people, very good people. And the two Brits, he's an alcoholic, and so is she. But she has her own agenda, and I needed to work on the house, and I need transportation. Wife and I rented the car. Okay, we paid for it. Never got to, and it was never home because of her agenda of that selfie photo. Hey, she would have her brother drive for miles and miles all day, all night for one little selfie photo.
Oh Lord.
No, I'm not joking. I'm not joking with you. The car's gone constantly. And most of the time I wouldn't join the family because I need to be at the house doing maintenance and repairs, and I
Yeah.
can't get supplies because is the narcissist is in charge, and you can't go against the family. It's a Filipino culture thing. So I got sick
Yeah.
and tired of this shit. So I waited till everybody was home, and I said, next time you come here, you two are going to rent your own car. We are going to have our own car. This isn't working, and I told him I need to get out of this house and get tools and supplies, and you're stopping that from happening. And my wife's looking at me like, oh God, he's going to bust. He's going to pop, and yeah.
I need to be ready with the tranquilizer.
I need to get these guys separated because he's going to do something, It's going to get him arrested or deported or something,
Probably.
hmm Yeah. But yeah, that's the solution that the wife came up with is that she's going to have to separate us. She's going to be with them at our house, and then I'm going to arrive later after they leave. I'll give you an example of people. You know, I, I, Bob, do you want to go with us to go do this? No, I'd rather, if I'm going to leave the house, I'd rather go get something to eat. Well, are you sure you don't want to go? I mean, that was every day. I despise that. Are you sure? Are you sure? Yeah, I'm not going to go do this. Now, we could do it this way. And no, and I had to be very firm. No, I'm not going to go do that. I gave you my answer. Are you, and she'd keep going every fucking time. Well, if we could, no, I gave you my answer. And I remember the last time I had to do that with her, I was debating whether I should stay longer and without them in the house. And I eventually said, screw it. I'm just going to go home with my wife, be with my wife. Now, are you sure, Bob? You should stay here longer. Now, get this, dude. I'm not dumb. They're never sober. I am. I'm aware of my surroundings. They're not. Oh, just prior to her bringing this up, she's conniving, dude. Okay, there's two women who moved into the house across the street from our house. And for about a week, as they drive by, we wave at each other, "Hello, sir." And when the wife finally got home with the family, when the wife's in the house, she can see what I'm doing. Walked across the street, shook my hands because the two ladies are out there washing their car. I'd never met them before. I finally got to go out there, shake their hands, nice to meet you, da 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 da. I came back in the house and there's the Englishman. Oh, he's over there hitting on the girls across the street right now. And I overheard him say that when I came in the house. And I said, I'm introducing myself and my wife to our new neighbors. And then his wife goes, Bob, you should stay longer after your wife goes home. You should. You really should. Do you understand that conniving cunt kind of stuff, Because now that, I'm alone in the house with these two women across the street, here comes the bullshit. And she continued with that because we live in a complex and a lot of them are expats. Most are from the United States and from other countries. I've met quite a few of them out on my morning walk. No, Bob, you need to stay here and get to know all the expats. I said, I don't need to get to know them. No, you need to. You need to stay here. I'm not staying. This is the kind of personality that I had in my house with me. I'm not staying. Once again, I gave you my decision. No, you should stay. You should. And I went, for God's sakes, I'm an international traveler. I'm a highly intelligent man, and I'm 60 years old. I'm pretty sure I know my own business, and I'm not staying. I'm coming home with my wife. And then she went into that pouting, that pursed lip stuff that
Yeah.
narcissists do. Oh, get you. Oh, I'll get you. You know that. Now, if we are all together and something goes sideways, she's going to wind up in the river. And I'm not sure how she would. I'm not sure who would push her in the river. I can't imagine who would do that. You know, that
Well,
person.
if she is affected by alcohol, she will probably do it by herself.
Yeah. Give her a.
Well, it happened. It happened before.
Yeah.
It will happen again.
Now that's someone who's a threat to your safety, to my marriage during good times. Can you imagine? You know, I mean, I'm
when
telling
everything,
you the truth.
Yeah, when the society breaks down totally, how would they be then? Worse. You can triple it.
Yeah.
Quadruple it.
At least. God. I don't know. It only takes that one to really screw shit up, you know. I told her brother, I said, I'm sick to death of her, man. Your sister is 30 years younger than me, and she's trying to push me around. And he goes, just stay calm, Bob. Just stay calm. Don't do anything. I know I'm not going to do anything, but she's pushing my buttons to try to make me do something.
Yeah. Well, sooner or later, she pushed the wrong button.
Yeah. Yeah. Someone like that, I don't care if you're a male or a female, if you're harmful to my marriage and to my family, I will give you an overhand right. I'll just knock you senseless, break your nose right on the spot and end it. That's just how I am. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. If you're a threat to my wife and my family and my marriage, you're out of here.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right. I think I'm gonna bounce out of here and go over to another live with some of my foreign friends. Nice Filipino lady and an Australian and a British. I'll go talk with them.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bounce out of here. Thanks for having me up, Shadow.
Well, you're most welcome. It's always nice to have you here, Bub.
Yeah, I missed you guys. Just haven't been able to coordinate time differences, the sickness, and then travel.
Yeah, that can mess things up.
Take care, my friend. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, take care. Well, that was Bub dropping off. But it's okay. But anyway, elders and children in general and teenagers, all ages, especially small kids, it's a challenge. But as we said earlier, you need to have the right preparations for them. Especially infants, you need to keep them warm. And they have a tendency to get dehydrated easily, so and have a lot of food stocked up for them. And elders has problems, as we also mentioned earlier. They have difficulties to keep and maintain their body temperature. So keep them warm. And elders has their mobility problems. So you need to take that in consideration as well. As we talked about earlier as well. Yeah, you are probably correct about that, Nancy. You are probably correct about that. Anything else you guys want to talk about? Yeah, actually gone through most of the topics. No, I'm not sure I have heard about that one, but I heard that they were a lot of cars get stuck in down there. After what I heard, but not. I haven't heard anything about the E22 in the snowstorm. Please tell me, enlighten me about that. That would be awesome. You don't need to go to jail or something stupid. I agree with that. Some people were stuck for 17 hours. 17 hours is a long time. That's a long waiting in a snowstorm, in a car. Let's hope they got enough fuel in the cars then. And they probably can't have the cars running for 17 hours. And they probably had to put on the AC so they can stay warm. I agree with you, Nancy. I agree with you. But getting stuck in a snowstorm for 17 hours. They were not prepared. Some diabetic had problem. Yeah, I bet they had, because they didn't had anything to eat, because they need to eat on a regular basis. So I believe they had some huge problems there. That is not good. If they don't have prepared to drive, they should always have some extra food in the car. It could be a granola bar or a corky or a flapjack or something. That would be a good idea to have for them in the car. And don't forget the water, because they need water too. If they eat, they need to have water. So count in the water too. Because when you eat, the body take a lot of water from your body when you eat. If you don't have any water, don't eat, because that will make you dehydrated. Yeah, that is one way to do it. Ice is better, but ice is better to melt because you get more water from ice than snow. But it's better than nothing, at least. Yeah, melt snow is, if you don't have anything else and other than snow, well, you have no choice. So melt snow is the only option you have, unless you have extra water with you. But they didn't, so. And I hope they learned something from it. I really hope they learned something. Most people, when they get into a situation like that, will be a wake-up call for them. And they should also have extra clothes too. Idaho Garden Girl, good to see you, ma'am. How are you doing? I hope everything is okay with you. And I hope your week has been good. It's good to see you, Idaho Garden Girl. This Saturday evening. Oh yeah, it's cold here and going to get colder next week. Okay. What's your temperature now, Nancy? Yesterday we had minus 27 degrees to minus 35 degrees Celsius. In my area where I live, there we had 27, and 2 kilometers from here they had 35. So hey CR, good to see you, brother. I wondered when you should pop up. Everything going good. Snowing right now. Sometimes things that are not supposed to happen do happen. I agree with you about that one. Well, we will have probably milder weather next week. At the moment, we have minus 20 degrees Celsius. Actually, on Tuesday, we will have plus 5 degrees Celsius. Noise cancelling headphones is something I have to carry with me for one of my children. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Hoping for snow tonight here. Okay. I'm going to do like this. There you go, CR, if you want to join. I put the link in on Instagram for you, buddy. Hot soups are good. We will have plus 5 on Tuesday. Wednesday plus 5. And Thursday we will have from 1 to 7 a.m. We will have 3 plus 3 degrees Celsius, and 7 to 1 we will have 1 degree Celsius plus. And then it go back down to minus. And Friday we will have plus 4 degrees. Oh man, the temperatures is definitely messing things up here. And then it drops on Sundays back to minus. And Monday next week there, not next week, the week after the next week, Monday 15th, we will have 18 degrees Celsius minus. And Tuesday we will have from the 16th, we will have minus 21 degrees Celsius. Yeah, I agree with you, Idaho Garden Girl. Hot soups are perfect. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, CR. CR, I put the StreamYard link in the Instagram as you always wanted. So if you want to join me, you can do that. Might need that wool. Yeah, wool is great. Okay, CR, no problem. Soups are actually really warming. Warms you up pretty good, which is really nice. They are making long johns way better now than they used to. Yeah, the quality are better probably. Better materials. Yeah, I agree with you about that. Um, yeah, soup is a great way to transfer heat to the body. Yeah, definitely. No question about it. Hot chocolate is on doing the same thing, so and you burn more calories when it's cold outside, especially if you begin to freeze. Welcome back, Huga. Good to see you again. See, CB. Hey, CR, good to see you.
Hello, hello.
How are you doing, CR?
Yes, like I said to you earlier, I didn't think I would actually have time to come in for this afternoon today. I had to do stuff this afternoon in terms of calls. That's why I wasn't in earlier. However, I did scroll back a bit and I saw that Prepare Dispatcher and Guardian and Bob are on with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Shawnee. Hi, Idaho Garden Girl.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I figure. So I'm outside right now. I figure I enjoyed this less cold. I still can. Might as well start getting used to it. This will feel warm compared to next weekend.
Yeah.
It's only like -7 out. That's like 20 Fahrenheit. Next week it'll be like -20 Fahrenheit. Yeah. So yeah. So preparedness for the younger ones and the older ones, eh?
Children, elders, and disabled.
Well, one thing I know is that hopefully they're dressed for it. This way,
Yeah, that too.
especially considering that it's been cold in North America next week. both Canada and the U.S. or
Yeah.
most of Canada. No, all of Canada. No, I shouldn't say all of Canada, but most of the continent. It's not feel cold. At least out west. I think out east it's supposed to like snow or something like that. It's not as
Yeah.
cold, but yeah. So, did you guys mention about ice cleats in the wintertime for the elderly?
Well,
No, because I've seen one of my friend's mom. She broke her leg
yeah.
outside on ice, and at that time she was like 55. At that time,
Yeah.
so I'm just saying, in terms of preparedness,
Yeah.
that's one thing too, right?
Yeah.
Because as you get older, you don't heal as well. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't maintain your body temperature that
Well, it's not
easily.
just that. Yeah, it's not just that, but you don't heal as quickly as you did.
Konnichiwa, Fumina. Good to see you.
Konnichiwa. Sorry,
How are you doing?
I can't see the. Wow, it's not that I can't see the chat. I'm just keeping my phone warm because I actually don't have it plugged in right now.
Yeah.
It's in my warm sleeve underneath my jacket.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's see if I show up next week too, Shadow. I'll be like, yeah. What's next week's topic?
Next week's topic, I have a lot of to choose from, so I haven't decided yet, but I'm gonna pick one.
Hopefully, it's something warm. Hopefully, it's something warm. But if you talk about something about winter time stuff, I'll be like, yeah. I'll chime in for sure because I'll be experiencing it for real. All right. Like I said, it's gonna be minus 37 Celsius next Saturday here.
Yeah, that's good to
Yeah,
hear, Fumina. Good to
that's
hear.
that's minus like 34 Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
All right. It'll probably feel like minus 40 in the wind. I'm pretty sure this will bring wind in. We'll
Yeah,
be lucky if it's calm. All right. Because at those type of temperatures, even a slight breeze feels cold. All right.
yeah.
All right. And anything stronger just feels unbearable. Ugh. So yeah. So let's see here. Yeah, like I didn't catch the beginning of the stream either, so I just scrolled back slightly just to see who was on with you.
Yeah.
Let's see. Like I said, I saw Bob, Friends Veteran, and Guardian were on with you.
Staying with my family, my home was damaged. Okay, how did that happen, Fumina?
So,
Well, preparations for elders and disabled and children, that is really important, actually.
well, you
Especially,
know what? Yeah.
okay, an earthquake, okay. Especially, well, my parents are in 80 and 81.
Mm-hmm.
And their mobility is not the best. And when I was down there on my vacation,
Mm-hmm.
they didn't have any preparations at
I
all.
see.
Nothing to handle. If the electricity disappear, they didn't have extra
Or some sort of
food.
contingency. Yeah,
Yeah,
contingency.
they did. Yeah, they didn't have anything of it. So that makes me a little bit worried, especially now when the temperature has dropped so much.
Yeah.
this winter, and especially in the southern part of the country.
Mm.
So I'm a little bit
Yeah.
worried if the heat would suddenly disappear because the power goes out.
Yeah. Yeah, I
So
understand.
I'm a
I
little,
understand.
yeah. So I'm
Like,
a bit worried about it. So
yeah, like I've mentioned this story before on one of my streams on my channel that back when I was like 10, when I was still in primary school, elementary, right?
yeah,
This kid just immigrated into the country, right? First time in the winter, right? Got
yeah,
frostbite during recess time. So from not having, he was just wearing a sweater, no gloves. It was -20.
yeah,
He was very upset because that's the first time he um encountered frostbite. For anyone that hasn't felt frostbite before, it hurts.
yeah.
Frostbite hurts.
Frostbites hurts really
Yeah,
bad.
yeah, because basically it's basically the water in your body is expanding. That's why it hurts. It just hurts. You feel that pain, right? So I feel, but yeah. So considering that, I mean, most people that come here into the country, now they know better. But and people that have lived here for a while, they know better, right? You know, they have kids. One of the first things that they do is start getting them winter gear, right? For them to go to school and stuff like that,
Yeah,
because it sucks at times,
yeah,
unfortunately. And we just say the cold don't care if it's school time, right? And right,
yeah,
because it was actually warm during that Christmas 2 weeks off for everyone, but
yeah,
now everyone's back in school, back in the office, back at work. Well, it's getting colder again. So
yeah.
stuff like that. So like stuff like
And
plugging
that
in your
would be
vehicle.
difficulties to s- start your car too.
Yeah, so you gotta plug in your vehicle, keep it warm, right, and stuff like that. Extra blankets in the vehicle, right? Like even if you have a
Yeah,
heater, right? Sometimes these heaters don't necessarily. It's not instantaneously warms up, right? Sometimes it takes a little bit to warm up your vehicle, right? Not
yeah,
everyone has a
and
car
some,
starter,
yeah, and some
so
cars
you have to
has a
manually.
diesel heater.
Yeah, so sometimes you gotta manually sit in the driver's seat and turn the engine on, right? Well, it's kind of cold on the seat. It's kind of
Yeah,
cold to sit
yeah,
down on. It's kind of, right? I mean,
it
so
is not fun.
well, and just because it's wintertime right now in Northern Hemisphere, right? People that shovel snow, right? The heart attacks that can happen from elderly shoveling the snow and stuff like that. I know that exists every so often, right? You hear about it. So just to relate it into your topic here, because I know it happens. The news or whatever talks about it, or the local news will talk about it, right? And stuff like that. So make sure all that stuff's ready to go, right? If you eat, if you have grandparents or whatever, parents or whatever, right? Make sure the snowblower's working so they can actually remove the snow, right? If they have to, right? Lift with your legs, right? Not with your back, right? Take your time with it, right? If you have to, right?
Yeah,
Don't break a sweat, right? Stuff like that. Or ask someone younger to and pay someone younger to help you out, right?
yeah,
And stuff like that. Because
and
even in
kids.
school,
So
yeah,
yeah, and kids.
even in school, right? We
Yeah,
never had a snow day or it's too cold to go to school kind of deal, right? At least not for me,
yeah,
right? However, if it was below minus, let's say, 28 Celsius, let's say 20 Fahrenheit, then we wouldn't have recess
yeah,
outside. if we have indoor recess, but
Yeah.
rarely did we ever have that at times, right? Because usually you just be like, well, you gotta go outside. You gotta go outside. The teachers need a break from all you kids, right? And all that stuff. So
Yeah.
just to relate it in there, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, maybe I should start talking about like drinking water in the summertime. Maybe if I start talking about summer, I'll feel warmer out here. Out here. Seriously, I'm actually outside right now. I figure I might as well start getting used to this cold because it's just gonna get colder here. No point. I'll hibernate next weekend
Yeah.
and stuff like that. So I'll just keep going. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not watching the chat right now. Sorry. If someone's saying something directed to me, you have to relay it to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm assuming Shani and Idaho Gardner are still in with us. Once some other people. Was Hondo in earlier?
Yeah.
Ian
Hendo was in. Yeah. Hendo was in. But I don't know. I'm not sure if he's still here or not. But he
Yeah,
was.
I was expecting him to leave me a comment on one of my videos. Where are you, Shadows Live right now, or something. Well, like I said, I had to make some calls and take care of stuff earlier. That's why I was in earlier. But I finished
Yeah.
things a little bit sooner, and my calls got shortened. So I'm like, you know what? I'll chime in for the last hour here, like usual. Like usual. So yeah.
Okay, Nancy. Have a great day.
Our church
Stay
are home.
safe and God bless. Yep.
Our church are home.
Nancy.
Yeah. Take care. Our church are home.
Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Take care. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, right now for me, I'm just making sure I'm ready for next week for sure. Right. So
Yeah.
top off some battery banks, top off anything like that, top off fuel, stuff like that. Make sure. Well, we're not expected snow, so less worry about the snowblower, but
Yeah.
you know, stuff like that. Make sure the engine's running. Make sure the furnace is running. All that good stuff. All right, beforehand, right. I don't think I want to lose the furnace again over the winter.
I agree with that.
That would not be the way to go. I've experienced it once. All right. I had issues with the furnace when it was like -30. Ugh. I mean,
Yeah.
it was flaky, like it wouldn't stay consistently on. So
Yeah.
at least I have here cooled down. I mean, it wasn't like I wasn't seeing my breath inside, but it was starting to cool down, right? Like the temperature dropped down to 10 or 50 Fahrenheit inside.
Yeah.
But that's when it's -30, -22 Fahrenheit outside. So yeah, feels kind of cold in comparison. All right, stuff like that. So lucky enough, we still had electricity, so I could run a space heater or whatever, right? Of course, sleeping bags, blankets, sweaters, stuff like that. Slippers to wear on your feet and stuff like that. That wasn't too bad, but I was lucky I was ready for it. Well, I shouldn't say ready for it, but more prepared for it, right? Obviously, I was ready to see that coming, right? But I was prepared for it at least, right? So, I've just brought out some extra gear and stuff like that to help get along, right? So it just became a slight inconvenience versus, a full-on emergency, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I had secondary plans too, if it got down to it. I could have visited friends or whatever for the week or whatever, if I had to. But It's still bearable. Oh, did I tell you, Shadow? I was so lucky during that time. It was sunny out during the day.
Okay.
So basically, it was warm inside when the sun was out. Because, like a greenhouse, right? So, because all the sun was allowed to come inside, right? Because it was clear out. So, on the bright side of things, right? It was nice to experience. It was nice to experience that. Good sobering experience, right? And stuff like that. That's why I say take winter seriously, right?
Yeah.
I mean, just to relate it into
Exactly.
your topic for this week, right? I mean, like I said, I've seen things in the past, right, with elderly or with younger people when I was young, anyways, and stuff like that, right? Experienced my own kind of stuff too, right? So, happens to anyone, right?
Yeah.
Stuff like ice cleats and stuff like that. Yeah. Even my parents were them. My parents are old, or not quite as old as your parents, but still, right? Same thing, right? Because what happens is like you break a leg or whatever, you're less capable, you're less effective, right? Because now you have an injury, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And so,
I
right,
know
you're
I
less,
know that myself. I broke my foot on 2 places, so I know how that was.
yeah, you're less
So I'm
capable
familiar
of
with.
doing anything,
Yeah,
right?
you could barely do anything.
You could, right? Because it's like it's like when you're sick but not sick, because now you're in bed well, not necessarily in bed, but you're on the couch or whatever, right? Barely moving, right? Takes you
Yeah,
5 minutes to go to the washroom because it takes you 5 minutes to walk to the washroom and stuff like
yeah,
that. And
exactly.
certain things, right, and stuff like that. And it's more a hassle, right? I'm gonna check on my phone battery here. Yeah, I got 56.
Yeah,
Pretty good. And my phone's still warm. That's another reason why I wanted to try this out. I want to see how good my battery is in right
yeah.
now.
The problem with if you're outdoors and it's so cold, and you have to take a phone call or make a phone call, and if it's
And you don't
negative
have Bluetooth,
35,
and you don't have Bluetooth or a headset
yeah,
on. You're holding
yeah,
your phone. Your battery's gonna drop real fast.
that will drain the battery pretty quick.
Yeah, because now it's exposed to that wind and cold, right?
Yeah,
Like I know my battery's gonna drop because I'm using Wi-Fi and I have the screen on the whole time, right? But if I was just holding the phone or it was just out here, it'd be like, I'll be back. I gotta charge my phone. I'll be back. That's how it would. That's what would happen and stuff like that. So yeah,
Idaho Garden Girl says, I remember when my parents were in their 80s, they were able to take care of themselves, but also very appreciative of help. I would go visit and make a big pot of soup, lots of leftovers so they ate. Yeah, that's a good idea.
yeah. See, next week I'm planning on that now. More of my meals will be soups, warmer type of things, right?
Yeah,
No sandwiches. It'll be soups. I'm actually planning on it. Actually, because I have some what I call homemade tomato soup.
yeah,
Well, I froze it, so it's sitting in the freezer.
yeah,
I think they'll give me a good excuse to use some of it, right? Among some other things,
yeah,
right. So soups and stews would be nice. It'll warm me up on the inside and stuff like that. Especially if I decide to go for a walk those days. We'll see, we'll see if I have to go. If I want to do that next week. I mean, I have gone for walks when it's been 1:30, but sometimes, sometimes I'm like, I don't want to. But sometimes I will. Far at times, right? Just to, you know, get get the blood going, as they say, right? Because like I said, take winter seriously. So, well, it'll probably give me a good excuse to try out some gear, see how warm it is when it's actually cold.
Yeah.
Like right now, it's -7. I mean, I can get away with just my hands
Yeah.
in my pocket, a hood over my head, right? But next week, no, this won't cut it. What I'm wearing right now won't even cut it. I know it won't, especially if I go for a walk. Especially if it's windy, it will not cut it.
Yeah.
You know, because like I think there's some of these elderly people that I see every so often, like some people that take the bus or whatever, right? Not everyone drives or whatever, or they don't or whatever, right? Like I remember like people like Caitlin and stuff like that, right? I know Caitlin wears ice cleats, right? So
Idaho Garter Girl says, "When is spring? We will know it's spring when Seer's avatar
180.
sprouts some leaves." Lol. I love your avatar, Seer.
It's like 180 days until spring. I looked it up. I'm like, so we just gotta deal with another 180 days, right? And stuff. All right.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe the cold will just be for January. This extreme cold. Who knows? Who knows?
Who
We might
knows?
get another wave of this extreme cold. Well, like I've been saying to everyone, right? It hasn't been snowing here much, but like we could dodge the snow here, but I know we're not that dodge the cold in a given year, in a given winter season, right?
Yeah.
You know, like last month in December, right? I was like, it was like above seasonal. Some days were above freezing, right?
Yeah.
That's really warm for that time of year, right? Right now, it's seasonal. Right now, like today is seasonal. This is typical weather kind of deal, cold, right? Now, next week is going to be well below seasonal, like into that extreme cold. So, and stuff like that. So, at least there's not much ice on the ground because there hasn't been snow.
Yeah.
We've got any freezing rain, so on the bright side
We
of
have
things.
we have a lot of snow here, and it's pretty slippery on the roads here too. So
Yeah.
you
So,
have to be
I mean,
careful when you're driving.
yeah. I mean, like, even if you driving in a warm vehicle or whatever, some of the parking lots at times, right? Every so often. Or you got to cross the street or something like that to go to their side to a shopping center or whatever building or home or whatever, right? So sometimes there's ice, so you gotta be careful about them. Like I said, especially if you're older, as in
Yeah.
older, right? Because if you get injured or break a bone, it takes longer and it's harder
Yeah.
for
It
your body
takes
to
long.
recover
Yeah.
from
It
that.
takes much longer. It takes much. For me, if I would break something, well, it will take 6 weeks. But if you're 70 or 80 and break something, that would take probably the double that time before you're healed up.
Yeah, might even take the rest of the season, right?
Yeah.
You know, and stuff like that. So yeah, better to not mitigate it, but prevent that as much as possible. Kind of be more proactive about it as much as possible. So ice cleats, watching your step all the time.
Yeah. They sell shoes here. What would they call them? Ice bugs.
Ice cleats, traction and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean something. Let's just say you get it for like $20 or whatever. I mean that might be a good investment. $20 well spent, right? $20 worth of less pain, right? Because remember,
Yeah.
until you actually fall and injure yourself or break a leg or sprain something, you forget how painful that is. Especially if you
Yeah.
haven't experienced anything like that before, you're just like, oh, that hurts, right? Whatever it is, right? Because I know that happened to me. I sprained my wrist, my right wrist, my dominant hand too,
Yeah,
quite bad. Right, it took me a whole month to recover from that time. Like, because it was so cold the night before it happened, I didn't realize how painful it was because the cold, adrenaline, all that stuff. When I woke up the next morning, I was just like, "Oh my gosh, this hurts."
yeah, yeah. I know that feeling.
Yeah, I was starting to whine about it. I'm just like, so.
Well, you can
I mean, I
fall, and
yeah,
it doesn't hurt at all. And the next day, when you wake up, it hurts like,
yeah,
well, you
bad.
hit a wall.
Exactly, right? And you're just like, "Oh my gosh, I forgot how painful this was." Right. I mean, I've never broken a bone, luckily, but I have severely sprained parts of my like foot, hand, wrist, and stuff like that. Actually, I'm actually surprised I haven't broken a bone for some of the falls I've had or injuries, right?
Yeah,
So, because obviously a sprain is minor compared to a break, right? So, I could just imagine how painful that would have been if I actually broke a bone. Oh, it probably would have been 10 times worse.
trust me, to break something that hurts really bad. I can tell you that.
Yeah, so let's try to avoid it, right? Right?
And it's kind of odd feeling. Uh,
Yeah. So, sometimes the best help you can get someone that, let's say, elderly, they got to want, they got to catch a bus or whatever, right? They don't drive or whatever, right? Well, even if they do drive, right? Get them some ice cleats, right?
yeah,
$20 worth of ice cleats or whatever the amount, well worth
yeah,
it, right? They'll save so much hassle later on, or at least
yeah,
mitigate it or prevent a lot more of it, right? Because even Miss Kaylee Strain has said to me, he's like, yeah, it's helped her so many times, right? Because you don't realize it until you actually fall and injure yourself. It's like, I should have wore them, or right, right?
yeah,
Because you don't realize that little slip you had that you didn't slide out or fall because you had ice cleats. That could have been that time that you could have broke a bone or get a sprain, right?
yeah.
You know what I
And
mean?
this
And
time of year,
then
it's
in the next couple
many.
of weeks, yeah,
Yeah, especially this time of year,
yeah,
it's many who fall and break something. Every
yeah,
year, it's always someone who fall and break something.
yeah, yeah. Just because the nature, well, literally the nature of it.
Yeah. And Idaho Garden Grove says so. 2024 is a leap year.
Yeah, so we'll have that extra day next month. So
Yeah.
366 days of the year.
Yeah,
Yeah, because
that is
these,
the time of the year.
yeah, only 360 days left in the year. Yeah, so, yeah, I gotta,
Leap year. Okay.
yeah, yeah.
I need to
I
Google
mean,
that
yeah,
and translate it.
so, yeah.
Ah, yeah. Now I know what it is. So
Yeah.
in February, it's you get an extra day.
Well, because technically we have 365 days, but technically it's 365 days and a quarter of a day. They just add that all those quarters every fourth year to get a full day to make up for it.
Yeah.
That's how it goes. That's why we have leap years. Because it's not technically, the calendar year is, well, I shouldn't say the calendar year, but for this conversation, calendar year is 365 days and a quarter of a day. They just don't add the quarter every year, right? They just add a whole day every four years.
Yeah, we have that here. The same here thing here with a leap year.
Yeah. So.
But if you're gonna translate leap year to Swedish, you will find it
different.
Different.
Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
If I translate leap year to Swedish, it would be skottår. So that's like a lot of shots.
Yeah.
If I translate it directly, it would be shot year, but it's not the correct.
Mm-hmm.
That is if I translate it directly from Swedish to English. So that would be that shot year, but leap year sounds much better.
Yeah.
At least on English.
Or leap day. Yeah.
I always forget. I always forget those leap years.
It's every 4 years. Every 4 years, and it's always even.
Yeah, it's every
usually
4 years.
divisible by 4. It's divisible by 4. So 24,
I never
28,
think,
32, 36, 40, 44, 48, 52, and so forth.
Yeah, so, but I always forget, well, is it that this year? I never think about it.
So it's even, never odd. And all that stuff.
Because it's so regular, just because it's every 4 years, so it's easy. It's not every year, so it's not just that regular, so that's easy to forget.
Yeah. So I'm back inside.
Yeah.
I have to charge my phone. Yeah. Warm up a bit too. Yeah. Every time I look at the forecast, it looks colder for next week. Every single time. Like today's Saturday, right? I've checked it since the beginning of the week. Every single time I check it, it's always getting colder as we come closer to next weekend, this Friday, next Saturday. Originally it said minus 29, then it said minus 30, 31, then 32, 33. Now it says minus 37 for next Saturday night. That's minus 35 Celsius Fahrenheit. So yeah, definitely I gotta take that seriously.
Yeah,
because I have a feeling, at least out west here in North America, so Canada and the US, that things are gonna happen somehow. There's something that'll be related to it. We'll probably hear about it, about the extreme cold, and you're with the homeless people, or with the snow or ice in places. I have a feeling. I just have a feeling.
Yeah.
Right.
People who are actually born on February 29th have tricky birthday celebrations. Yeah, they get 1 year older every 4 years, so technically they live much longer than we do.
Yeah.
So normally when a kid, if is born, let's say, in January, and the next one is born February 29th, the same year, when the next year after that comes, he's 1 year old, but he's not 1 year old, the one who is born February 29th. So he had to wait a couple of more years until the next one. He has his birthday, so he get so by that time that the child who is born in January,
I forgot
he
your
would be
gift.
4
Okay.
years when the one who is born 29
Yeah.
February
I forgot.
29th will
I forgot
be
your gift.
1 year old.
Yeah. I forgot your gift. Oh, don't worry. Give me 2 in 4 years. No, just kidding. Yeah.
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 But I agree that will be a tricky birthday.
Yeah. 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 Like I said, for this winter season, yeah, because it always happens. There's always some story during the winter time. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
I think, right? The snow apocalypse that happened in Texas 2021, I-95. I think that was that January of 2022, and so forth and so forth, right? There's always something about because the weather, right? Ice, snow, cold, right?
Yeah.
That you gotta deal with, right? Vehicles, people getting cold or freezing or whatever, right? Power outages that can happen, right? Carbon monoxide poisoning, right?
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, those things do happen. You see that time and time again, right? When things like that happen, when the temperature drops, or extreme cold, extreme windshield, extreme snowfall, right? Blizzards and stuff like that, right? You know, accidents on the highway and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
So people sliding into the ditch and stuff like that, right? So better to be ready for it the best that you can. All right,
Yeah, I agree.
all right. The full filling up your tank, but not all the way, most of the way, as much as you can, right? You know, whatever that saying that people say, don't let it go under half or 3/4 or whatever, right? Stuff like that. So you want to be able to deal with it if it happens,
Yeah.
right? I mean, well, trying to change a flat in the middle of wintertime. Ugh. Or something like that. Because that would probably suck too. Yeah.
But you
Yeah.
have some advantages, especially when the temperature drops as much as they have.
Yeah. Like,
If you need to defrost your freezer,
that's a good time.
do it in the winter time. You
Yeah.
just put
Right.
your stuff out on the balcony or whatever.
Coolers, right? You put snow inside of it. Even if you have to put it in a bag, snow in a bag and put the food in there. It'll just while you're doing that. All right. So
Yeah.
there's benefits to it because even during that snow apocalypse that they say in Texas, right? People were putting their food outside. Right. I mean, if you could, right?
Yeah.
You know, maybe even if you had a generator, right? I mean, like, you could be like, what's more important? Okay, it's snowing outside and cold. I can put the food outside, use the generator to run space heaters instead, versus just running the fridge and not have the space heaters on. You know what I mean? So, like, if I was in that position, I'd probably choose the heaters over the fridge or the freezer because I can put the food outside, or put snow in the in bags like ice packs, right? So
Yeah.
that's how, especially in a situation like what they experienced in Texas, right? That took a whole week to recover, at least, right?
Yeah,
So,
I bet it took that time.
right? Because even the temperature itself didn't rebound back for like at least 72 hours, where they start to see sun and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
where the temperatures became closer to like -5, closer to the freezing mark, right? Like to me, it's -10, -15 Celsius, right? Yeah, right. But when you don't have power and no source of heat, and your home's not insulated because you live down south, right?
Yeah.
And you're not used to it, that probably feels cold. That's like like my experience, like not having a furnace working properly in -30 Celsius. Might as well be the same thing, right? It's all relative, right? So, it was a good learning experience and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Because I learned a lot from that too. Even not just what happened to me, but what happened down south in Texas, right? I know Second
Yeah.
Star mentions it every so often, still, right? I mean, I'm like, maybe that won't work as much as I think, or whatever, right? You know, or putting food outside, right? Freezer food or whatever outside, right? So it doesn't spoil, right? Stuff like that. Oh, did I tell you? My fridge actually failed in the winter time before. I was so freaking lucky that it failed
Yeah.
in the winter, not in the summer.
Well, if it had failed in the summer, you had big problems, my friend.
Yeah, because I would have to buy ice, but it happened during the winter, so I just put the snow in the cooler with bags, right? So
Yeah.
like water wouldn't get everywhere, but basically I was just running off a cooler, so to speak, for the until got a new fridge, right? But very, very
Yeah.
lucky. All right, the wrong thing happened, but at the right time, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's why that's why just like how Uncle Al promotes having a thermos, put like hot drinks or cook stuff in.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of having coolers because it allows you even in the there. Everyone always assumes, oh, cooler for the summer, right? Like, ice chest to keep your food or drinks cold in the summer. Yeah, but it can be useful in the winter too.
Yeah.
When you don't have refrigeration or you're at power or whatever, right? Power outage, whatever, you can keep your food out there and put that outside on your balcony instead, right? Balcony or whatever, right? In the garage or
Yeah.
something like that, right? So ever since I've started to do that here more and more. So coolers are definitely a good idea to have year round, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You could do so much with that. It's not just a camping summertime thing, even though it's well known for it, right? You know, but that stuff would be useful, right? So that's why people that go camping have coolers or whatever probably were like in Texas or whatever probably were in a better situation, a better position. Maybe they had camping gear or whatever, right? Or people that used to go live in Canada that moved down to Texas during that time, or go to ski resorts or to the mountains during the winter.
Yeah.
Anyways, to go skiing, they probably had winter gear because they don't use it often but they had it, right? They're like, oh, thank goodness I decided to keep that winter jacket that I kept for skiing. It's gonna help me right now. All right,
Yeah.
stuff like that. Yeah, I guess it takes a little bit of room in your closet, but you know, sometimes it's nice to have something when you need it. All right, so stuff like that. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. It's cloudy here today. Overcast.
Yeah.
Let's see. So the like foods that we have is different. Yeah, see, exactly. Idaho gonna go. Yeah, I just saw your comment right there. Iced child's milk inside. Yeah, yeah, same thing. All right, same thing. All right. Because I remember when the news was reporting about it, right? Oh, people had this great idea to put their food outside instead. I'm like, I would have been thinking about that day one already, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why would, in my opinion, why would run a generator in the wintertime to heat your food cold if it's cold enough outside, especially if it's snowing outside, when you're cold inside and have a space heater? I'll run the space heater and not run the fridge because I could put the food outside or in coolers or whatever, right? That's how I would go about it. You know what I mean? Like, because if you
Yeah.
think about it, you don't necessarily know how long the situation would last or how, right? But I rather use the fuel, generator fuel, whatever, right? Even if it's some solar generator, aka battery bank, right? I mean, yeah, space heater is probably more important than the food. The food I can put outside. I still have another option for the food, right? But in terms of warmth, clothes only work so well, right? It would be nice to have a heat source itself. Warm up your hands and stuff like that, right? Warm up your body and stuff like that, right? Or
Yeah.
to run like an electric range or something like that, right? In addition, if you had propane, whatever, right? You know, or a butane stove or something like that. If a Coleman stove
Yeah.
or something like that, right? That's how I would go about it. Because at least that way, you know, hey, until the temperature warms back up, the food's still good, right? There's still snow, or use the ice or whatever, right? Because it's just like using the resources that are available. In this case, it would be snow, cold, ice, right? Stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because, you know, because I learned so much from that, actually. Even more than people give me credit for. Like, knowing, like, where your water shut off is, right? Your main water shut off is, right? Because there was a lot of people that suffered through water damage because they didn't know where the water shut off was, right? They come back, their pipes are busted, the water's everywhere, frozen, all that stuff, right? Because they didn't turn off the water before they quote unquote left. I mean, bugged out or whatever, right? Or went to
Yeah.
your secondary location, your friend's place, relatives, whatever, right? Happened to a lot of people, right? So I made sure I'm like, yeah, let's remember where mine is, just in case, right? Just in case, right? Because when my furnace went down for a bit, I was less worried about meat anymore because I can wear clothes, right? I can do these other things. The water was the more important thing because if the water freezes, the pipes burst, more issues, right? Water damage that I have to deal
Yeah.
with even after the fact, right? So I made sure I'm like, how cold is it in the coldest room that I have, right? Right. One of the things I did was like insulate the pipes better afterwards,
Yeah.
after the fact with foam and all that stuff. Hopefully it would help, right? Stuff like that. You know, because the water was the more important thing in that case, in that situation for me. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not a full-on grid down for it at that time. Just the furnace ain't working, so you know I can still run space heaters because I still have access to electricity, right? But stuff like so that was but the water had to be the most important thing, right? Because if the pipes break, if the pipes broke, water would be everywhere. And since the power's still on, that's not a good recipe, right? electricity and water, that's not a good recipe, right? And because it's during the winter, it would take longer for it to dry out, even if it was just mire. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Because everything would, right? And I don't want to have to worry about stuff like mold afterward, pipes breaking, water everywhere, things getting wet, right? You know what I mean?
Yep.
As I've heard stories from my friend who used to live in an apartment 2 floors above him. The pipe burst. He had water in his suite, two levels down. He had clothes on the floor, all wet, right? And since he didn't know where the water, what type of water it was, all the clothes had to get washed, just because, right? It was uncertain. You know what I mean? And that was during the winter, because someone left the window open 2 floors above, and the pipes burst, and right. And this happened before what happened to me, right? So I was just like, I was talking to him before. I'm like, about this. I'm like, yeah, I'm more worried about the water. Just like what happened to you, man, right? Because the issues that come with it, right? Because the water damage, you might be cold, but if the pipes burst, now you have water everywhere, things are getting wet, right? If you have electricity still running or whatever, that's a bad recipe too, right? Mold, just a whole host of problems, right? If the pipes break, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And your gear or whatever getting wet, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's one thing if cans burst because it's frozen. That's one thing. But if the pipes break, oh, that'd be bad, bad, bad. And the cost, right? Repairs afterwards, right? Because now everything has to be checked, right? Mold has to be checked. Is there mold anywhere? What about the pipes, right? If they're deep in the wall, right? You might have to open the wall up, which also means now you have to patch the holes in the walls after all the stuff, right? Have a shop vac or a mop to mop up all that water. It's not worth that hassle, right? So yeah. For me, winter, it's always gonna be heat and water that come first in a home or an apartment, even, right?
Yeah.
Because those are the absolute most more important things. Because if you freeze, that's bad. If the water gets everywhere, it gets everywhere, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Stuff like that. So that's why I've been trying to up my game on that a little bit more ever since that happened. And
Yeah.
what happened in Texas, what happened to my friend. I'm like, yeah, let's remember this, right? This is one shadow. Now I've actually my get home bag, like some of the bags I have, like they're actually just above the ground, right? But I keep them in a
Yeah.
bag. So just in case a pipe burst right there, my bag would just totally get saturated and wet. Because I
Yeah,
don't,
probably.
because if I have to put the bag on, I don't want to put on a wet bag if I don't have to, especially if it's
I
cold outside.
agree.
It's one thing if it's
No,
springtime,
that
summer, and it's,
would be a bad idea.
yeah, right? That would be a bad idea. So I'm trying to avoid that. All right. Right. And besides, like a get home bag or whatever, right? Or a bag that I'm using, right? I don't want to wear a wet bag outside when it's below freezing. It'll freeze instantly. It'd be like, and probably weigh it down too, right? Because now water's in the bag, like saturated into the material, right? So now I'm carrying more weight, a little
Yeah.
extra more weight, right, and all that stuff, right? Yeah, because I've had issues before. I'm like, I've learned my lessons. I've gone a bag. Wait, I've had a bag wet before. Likely that was during the summertime, but a backpack takes quite a bit to dry out if it's saturated, if it's actually wet,
Yeah.
even from a little bit of water. All right, because what happens is that you're gonna pull all the gear out, right? Because now you're gonna make sure there's enough inside the bag, because you need airflow, right, to circulate through it, right? So you
Yeah.
gotta pull all your contents out of your bag. You gotta lay your contents out for a while until the bag dries out. I've experienced that once. That was during the summertime though, because one of my water containers broke or leaked out. Right now, luckily enough, as a contingency or redundancy, all my actual gear were in plastic bags, sealed, waterproof, whatever, right? So I didn't worry about the gear, but the bag was wet. I can't just leave the contents in there with a wet bag, right? Because the inside wouldn't dry out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and this is when I was at my friend's place. So let's just say they saw the contents of my bag, right? I had to wait till the next day. I had to repack the bag the next day, right? But they're like,
Yeah.
"Oh, your gear's wet, CR." I'm like, "No, just the backpack. You see, the gloves I have inside, they're in the baggie, right? This Mora I had, it's stainless steel. It's not carbon steel, right? You know, the flashlight, it's in a baggie. Oh, the harvesters, they're in a baggie, right? You know what I mean? Oh,
Yeah.
my fire kit, it's in the tin. My lighter didn't get wet. That's in there, right? And stuff like that, right? So,
Yeah.
you know. Oh, and this is rain and rain paper. It's good. You know, that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Because this is why I'm always a big proponent of like try to keep your stuff dry. Because there's a whole host of problems that come if your gear gets wet at times. Not just electronics, but like gloves, mitts, if I had them inside, clothing too, right? Like the spare change of clothes I had, they were dry because I had them in the baggie, right? They were sealed, right?
Yeah.
I didn't have to worry about that, right? And stuff like that. My flashlight, line up flashlight in the baggie. I didn't have to worry about that because I gave it some forethought. I planned ahead and put it in a baggie, right? And I just wouldn't put the flashlight in there. That's not waterproof, right? And assume it'll never get wet, right? You know what I mean? So I was like, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm glad I did that. I'm glad I did that. So, you know, sometimes in fairness, you learn by experience, right? Because things happen. You realize, yeah, that was a good idea that I did that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
So that's why, like I don't live in a flood prone area because actually I live on a higher plateau. Technically, I don't think this area, well, directly where I live it's not a low-lying area, so I don't think it would flood like ever. However,
Yeah.
it does still rain. It still can snow, so the contents can still get wet. And I live inland, so I'm not worried about waves and ocean currents and all that stuff. So stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, Sierra, I think we're going to wrap things up now.
Actually, I'm going to
And
mention something to you after, in the backstage,
yeah, no
as
problem.
usual.
Yeah.
Because you're such a cool person that I'm going to let you know first.
Yeah. But anyway, guys, I think we wrap things up now.
Yeah.
And I will see you next week, same time, same channel, same time.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Shadow, I
Yeah.
almost forgot. I enjoyed that panel that you did. Well, I shouldn't say panel, but when you were guesting as a guest on Bushcraft Family.
Yeah.
That was cool. That was really cool.
Yeah, that was cool. That was really fun, actually.
Yeah. I almost forgot that the time it started. I'm like, I'm late by 15 minutes. But hey, at least I showed up.
Yeah.
Anyways, everyone, take care, everyone.
Take care. Stay safe.
Stay proactive, people. Keep doing the things that need to be done at times. Right?
And thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that.
You guys are all awesome. Yeah. Thumbs up.
You're very welcome, Idaho Garden Girl. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
I'll see Idaho Garden Girl later. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I'll see her later tonight.
I'll see you later, guys.
See ya.